Okay, so we're going to go live here in a second. And
Absolutely.
Here we go. 1 second. Well, you're in for a real special treat. So for about 10 years, the Calexit movement, a collection of maybe 100 to 500 people and around the state at different times, some people jumping in and here and there, some people being consistent, a lot of other scholars than just myself. We've kind of put together a knowledge base of all the issues that would happen with California independence. And largely that was because when we wanted to talk to people about it, when we started in 2014, we were telling people that California is better off together, and that regardless of the issues that we would face, wouldn't you rather have the decisions made here at home than DC? One of the stories we'd always tell is we'd meet a group of 5 to 30 people and we go, how many of you have been to DC? Maybe 1 or 2 people would raise their hand and go, how many of you have been twice in your lifetime? Maybe 1, 2. And then we'd ask that same group, how many of you been to Sacramento? 20 out of 30 would raise their hand. How many of you been to Sacramento more than twice? 20 out of 30 would raise their hand. Who's it harder to keep in control? The government that you can visit or the government you never ever see? So that was our argument. Now that worked, but it wasn't good enough. There were a lot of serious policy issues that people had that they wanted to know. And so we did our best to come up with conclusive answers so that we could actually get people to think this could work. Now, it's not every single answer, but it's enough of the big ones that we found that if you didn't have an answer for this, people would kind of like hit a stumbling block and go, I don't know if I want to go any further. So we kind of figured out a couple ones. Some of the ones still appear to be accurate. Some may not. We're going to do a very long, very dry, very boring, deep dive policy thing. I'm here with JJ Ames. We did an interview recently. He's been in DC for decades. He's worked on multiple campaigns. He's been a political insider. He's advised for other campaigns. And he's also, you should watch the interview. Just go to my channel and you can see that. He's been predicting the basically breakup and the dissolution of the unity of the United States or America since around 2015. Famously got into an argument with the CIA station chief. Watch the interview for more. So he's been kind of predicting that things haven't worked. He's in a position to say that, been around for decades. So we wanted to cover some big policies. Real quick, here we go. Let me show you a few things, if it'll let me do that. Okay. Give me 1 second to load this up here. Okay, 1 second. Sorry. Let's see, presenter invite, image file. So I wanted to show you the table of contents for the document. We'll just do straight share. I'm sorry, like I'm trying to figure out how to get this to show. So let's go to the first question you had, JJ, which was about the proportionate, I think, or the proportioning of votes. What did you find? And we'll share that with everybody.
Thanks, Mark. Basically, with respect to what would happen to California's electoral votes, that was one of the items covered in the material. And exactly what would happen would be that the total number of electoral votes required to win a presidential election would drop from 270 to 243, because those California electoral votes would not be apportioned between the other states. Electoral votes and congressional districts are based on population. So if that population left the United States, the number of electoral votes would also leave the United States, and the remaining states would simply have the same electoral votes that they had before, unless, of course, there was a dramatic population shift from California to somewhere else, in which case a state might be able to pick up an electoral vote or two along the way, but the 54 California votes would just simply be reduced, to be excised out of the equation.
So when we're looking at the idea of California independence, California leaves, and one of the questions was, does this reduce America to red state votes forever? There's a couple arguments for that, but one of the arguments that we had was, okay, California leaves, so what happens to its congressional seats and its electoral votes, et cetera? I knew that congressional seats are reapportioned. I think you're saying presidential vote seats can also be reapportioned. Is that correct?
No, basically what I'm saying is that the number, there's no constitutional number of electoral votes at 538. That's simply a function of the population relative to the division of population, what equates to a congressional district. So if California left, the population of the remaining United States would be reduced by California's population. That would reduce the number of electoral votes down to 484 total. So there wouldn't necessarily be any impact on the remaining states or on the remaining congressional districts, unless, of course, there was this mass migration from California to somewhere else, whose population would then increase, and then that could add an electoral vote or a congressional district. But the California votes would leave as the California population left.
Okay, here's the section. Found it. Let me zoom in here.
Yeah.
And we're using both the large policy guide and the short policy guide. So originally we had said California leaving won't turn America red, or I had said that, despite proclamations. This became congressional electoral college votes that CA left behind would be redistributed to the next most populous states, half of which are liberal and half of which are conservative. So you're saying if California left, it just pulls all of its electoral votes out.
Right.
What about the congressional seats?
Same situation. I mean, the only way that a congressional district in any one of the remaining 49 states would increase would be if there was a mass migration. Now, having said all of that, you're still, in all likelihood, correct that California leaving isn't necessarily going to make the United States any more red, particularly because, as we talked about the other day, if California Republicans have figured out a way to win presidential elections without ever winning a popular vote. And in California, going back to 2016 as my example then, if all 23 million or 18 million, whatever that number was, if everyone who voted in California in the 2016 election all voted for Hillary Clinton, she still loses. So California leaving would not have anything to do with the redness of the balance of the country, because it's California presidential ballots already don't count. And I have more to comment on that later, but when we get to that section. But California presidential votes really, like I say, don't count now. And as you very adequately point out and accurately point out, most of the time the presidential races are called before California polls close, and then that's so that again further demonstrates that the value of a California presidential ballot not nearly as significant as a West Virginia presidential ballot.
That was one of the things that got me, was that there was always this angle of, if California leaves, you're going to abandon it to being red and you'll abandon all the liberals. And our argument was that it didn't do anything in 2016.
Right.
It didn't do anything in 2024. And the idea, you can't say California didn't fight. We fought. We fought hard in 2016 against Trump, and in 2020 and in 2024. We fought hard. It didn't make a difference. And I also want to point out the 2020 election. Yeah, Biden won by like 2 points. It was supposed to be a repudiation. If you looked at American news in 2020, they were like, yeah, Trump repudiated. If you looked at German, French, English, or any European news, they were going, what? You said repudiation. 2 percentage points is not a repudiation. We were expecting like 75 points for Biden versus Trump. You didn't do that. We still don't know who the hell you are, America. Deutsche Welle did that. The Telegraph, English, French TV. You didn't see any of that in America at all. Not a word. And I'm like, well, okay, so really, he's been a threat for 3 elections. California's been around, and we didn't really do anything. And if we left, okay, the electoral colleges go away, but then it's left to the remaining states with their existing apportionment of electoral votes. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, there would be no more, in assuming again no giant baby boom in the next couple of years. The electoral college would then be down to a total of 484 electors. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The information that I have is that the next 10 states, not perfectly, but are roughly 50-50 liberal conservative. Let me bring that up. If that's the case, we're still left with a wash.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think it necessarily implies a stronger conservative movement or a stronger progressive movement. Either way, it's sort of just taking us out of the ball game. Now, would there be on a percentage basis more conservative members of the House of Representatives? That's possible, but again, we're a sovereign nation at that point, so it's not our problem.
Well, but our House votes would be reapportioned. Is that right?
No, exactly. In terms of the constitute of the House itself, right now, if we're a sovereign nation, we're not participating in D.C. government anyway.
Right.
So in terms of the structure of a congressional delegation within the confines of the sovereign nation of California, that's certainly all part of how that nation would begin forming. There would likely be a constitutional convention, the same as there was a constitutional convention in the 1780s. Except in this case, it would only apply to the sovereign nation of California, not any United States or their other conglomerate.
Okay, so California leaving pulls all the electoral votes out, leaving the remaining states, who are roughly half liberal and half conservative. So I was wrong. The votes aren't reapportioned, but this is a recent population trend, and you can look at it. It's New Jersey, Michigan, Democrat. Well, Michigan may be changing. This is a year ago. This is before the election, so it might be shifting. But roughly, at least a year ago, it was Democrat, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican, Republican. So I was like, okay, it might be a wash. Now the congressional votes might be gone too, but like we were also saying, California was there in 2016, 2020, and 2024, made no difference at all.
And the one major circumstance that was firmly established throughout those three election cycles is that California votes don't matter. California, at least not in connection with electing a president. And then you have to ask yourself the question: how long should the fourth or fifth largest economy in the world continue having absolute zero input into who runs the shop?
I just wanted to put a banner at the bottom.
Sure.
So just for everybody following along, and this is a deep dive, and it's going to go slow like this, but we're getting at the heart of the issues. Like, okay, California leaves, America turns red. Well, yeah, some of the votes they'll just disappear. So we're not doing reapportionment, but the balance of America is still 50-50. So if California leaves, it's kind of a wash on the electoral college. The congressional votes, yeah, I think they're capped at a certain number, 435 or something like that. So I'm assuming those might go back and be reapportioned, or they could just theoretically be removed from the total.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would certainly then be up to the Congress of the United States as to how they wanted to reapportion themselves consistent with the mandates of the Constitution. But other than that, they would be free to do as they please, pretty much.
So there is a Huntington Hill method, which is the one that we had referenced. And that's the one that since 1945, 435 U.S. House of Representatives. Okay, so, and we also know that when California lost population, some of its congressional seats, I think, went to like Oregon and Texas or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, there was migration from California to other states, and that increased the representation in the other states, and reduce California's representation. But that all functions as as part and parcel of there being a United States of America consisting of 50 states. If a state were to successfully remove itself, that would remove their electoral votes, unless everybody in that state moved to a different state which remained, in which case there'd still be 435 congressmen and 538 electoral votes.
So when California lost population, some House seats went to Oregon and some went to Texas, which also proves the point that, and this is like 2 years ago, and the data that you're seeing on the screen is from 4 years ago. So I know that the balance has shifted, but the point still remains that California lost population and its congressional seats went to a liberal and a conservative state. So it's not easy to say, oh, California goes, it all goes red. It's more complicated that, there's kind of a mixed pattern here, and you're just pulling this big deciding maker out of it. And as we pointed out, oh no, California's gone. What the hell difference did we make in 3 different elections? And I think you and other people pointed out, this goes back to Reagan.
Exactly.
We haven't had an influence on elections since Ronald Reagan.
Pretty much correct.
On a election since Reagan. I remember Obama, and they were like calling the Obama election before they counted California votes. And they go, California, like, we donated and we gave so much. And yeah, I'm glad he won, but hold on, you can't wait till you count us to make us feel like we're part of it. And that's constantly going on. There's so many elections where they would call the election before they even included California. So when I hear, yeah, okay.
And had Al Gore been successful, California's votes would have been relevant. But with W winning, they were clearly not relevant then.
Yeah. Because there was the famous story of all of California's votes. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote right by the margin of California alone. We were saying that in 2016, 2017, and we were using that to point out what people now accept but would not accept in 2016, which was that means that outside of California, over a majority of Americans backed Trump. If Hillary won the popular vote by California alone, then that means outside of California, Trump did win the popular vote, and a majority of your fellow Americans do support this guy and his vision of the country. Nobody wanted to hear that, but in 2024, a lot of people recognized, this is Trump's America. Okay, all right, good, very cool. I'm glad we did that. What is the next one you had some notes on?
The next one I had was on the. I can go to taxes and the economy.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So we're talking about the donor state system.
Yeah, and starting right there with the donor state issue. As you start, I think this section starts with the reference to the SALT tax.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So please.
And in this particular section, I'll wait till you're ready to go there.
Yeah.
I think that the key point, and I'm absolutely a devotee of the James Carville school of keep it simple, stupid. And, so I think looking at this section here, what I believe is the BAM message. When I say the BAM message, I mean the best available message. So I think that when I think of taxes and economy, I think that the BAM message here is that Cal Independence is a job creator. You don't need to get any farther into the weeds than that. And the job creation is what everybody's looking for. And from a taxes and the economy standpoint, I feel like the message that needs to be hit over and over and over again is we subsidize everybody else. We're tired of it. We want to subsidize California, and independence is a job creator. Independence is a job creator. Independence is a job creator. That's simple. Over and over and over again. If we get deeper than that, anytime more information generates more questions, in my mind. And more information given over to an already opposing force in this case is just going to generate more and more and more questions, more and more things that we have to try to explain while we're not delivering the message that we intended to deliver in the first place. We go on defense instead of on offense. So I think when it comes to taxes and the economy, the key is we're a donor state. We've subsidized everybody. We're tired of it, and independence is a job creator. Bingo. That's the way that message sells. And on down into the section there with respect to the policy suggestion and the discussion provision, I think that there are some good round two messages there. There are some good rapid response messages that could come into play there if under certain circumstances. But I think that, and I think that we certainly, that this section speaks a little bit to the middle class and below, and speaks a little bit to the upper class and beyond. And I think that those messages are best micro targeted as opposed to in any kind of a broad general message release. I think the broad general message that comes out of taxes and the economy is independence is a job creator, while you're micro targeting the rich, micro targeting the middle class, micro targeting everybody else. But staying on message and not giving the opposition more things that they can raise questions about. If we limit the narrative to what we want to talk about, and we avoid simply knee-jerk responses to challenges from the outside, we'll stay on message. Our message will be delivered to the people that it needs to be delivered to in a timely fashion, based on the overall strategic game plan. And that's really all we need to talk about with taxes and the economy. Taxes and the economy, job creation, job creation, job creation. Donor state, subsidies, job creation. Boom, that's it. At least that would be the way I would function.
That's why we're doing this. That's why we're doing this. I wanted to get the a view from somebody from the outside, looking in.
By the way, it's a tremendous message. By the way, it's a message that will resonate, and the micro targeting will be successful with the upper crust. It will also be successful with the middle class and below. And I think anybody who doesn't have a job and wants one, or anyone who has a job and wants a better one, independence is the pathway to both.
That's good. Anybody that wants a job will have one, and anybody that wants a job will have one, and anybody
wants a better job. Independence is the pathway to both.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
By the way, I'm in the middle of a tornado watch right now, so if I have to run to a shelter.
Oh my God, are you safe? Are you okay?
I have a tornado shelter in the house here, so I am safe.
I have family in Texas in the northern panhandle, just south of Oklahoma, where you're at.
Exactly. They're in it too.
Yeah, and I've lived through a tornado. We had to go into the shelter once, and it was pretty nuts. Don't have that out here in Cali, but yeah, I saw that once in Tejas, and that was nuts. So you have a shelter in your house, and you'll be safe if anything happens. Okay. We need to keep it simple.
Exactly.
California subsidizes everyone else. They're tired of it, and independence is a job creator. And then anybody who wants a job will have one, and anyone that wants a job, independence is the pathway to both. Just keep it simple and keep the messaging simple for the average person. Maybe micro-targeting messaging. If
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the narrative. Can we do? What do you think of some of the ideas?
I think the ideas are great. I mean, there's a lot of positives. I think the only my only, make sure that I'm not speaking against myself here. No, I think all the ideas are doable and potentially tickets to success. The state bank, the stock exchange. Stock exchange, by the way, don't underestimate that. It's not something that I would put out in a mass marketing message, but I'll tell you why this is important. when I was discussing in 2015, when I began discussing my breakup of the United States into 5 sovereign nations, one of the groups that were most interested and most supportive was Wall Street, because Wall Street basically thought, wow, we have this number of exchanges now. If there were 5 more sovereign nations, we'd have that many more exchanges, that many more lobbyists, that many more this, that many more that. So it's a job creator, not only for people who would be living in California. It's also a job creator for people who would want to perform services in California. They're not now performing those services. So in that instance, I think that we don't really necessarily want to overplay the stock exchange angle in mass marketing, but from a fundraising perspective, I will guarantee you that Wall Street people would jump on this because it expands their capacity to market themselves.
Right. So we're doing this is not the narrative part of the discussion. This is just going into the weeds for the sake of going into the weeds and being educated. Clearly, this is going to be the narrative, and that's what's going to work for 90% of the population. This is something I've had to explain to the group. What I've found is you have to have a 90-10 messaging. So 90% of the population is going to want to hear vanilla ice cream with caramel on it is the best during summer. 10% is going to want to go, is that vegan caramel? And what exactly was the ice cream made of? Where was the vanilla bean sourced? And if you don't have that, I'm never eating it. And you do have to have that, but you don't want to put all that on your information. Then your label reads of all these things. No, that's not. So what you do is you put a little bit of information on the back of the carton and you go, if you want more information, go to our website. And then that has a super detailed, boring, exhaustive, over the top list that most people are never even going to click on or go to. But there's that 10% who, if they don't see it, they're going to go online and go, we're being poisoned. I knew it. Here's the, and you go, okay, here's 2 pages just for you. Okay.
Well, this is the one time in my life that I would probably say thank God for Mark Zuckerberg, or thank God for the Winklevoss twins, or thank God for the Winklevoss twins, one or the other.
There you go. There you go. Whoa! Burn.
Because that platform is probably the single most effective platform for micro-targeting in the history of the political process. And so if even with a 90-10, you could still take that 10 and micro-target it, and you wouldn't be contaminating your 90 on the other side. You don't seem like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, Joe.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. So we do need to have the narrative discussion, but I want to have that 10% discussion. In politics, we found it was 90% of the people are like, yeah, I want Calexit. And then there's going to be that 10% who are going to look. And if you're not legit all the way through, they will go and expose you, which is why we made the policy book. So we had our narrative, and then we go, okay, for the person who really wants to go, have these people thought about this? Boom, here's a 250-page book. Oh, okay, boom. Now nobody's going to be complaining, neither the 90, neither the 10. And we're going to cover both. So yeah, here are the options: currency board, state bank, stock exchange. California used to have a stock exchange called the Pacific Exchange, and then it was like collapsed around 2005. So we can do this. It's not theory. It was already here, and we can have our own. The state bank is largely, it's an idea that California would have its own bank, and it could store its taxes in there and keep the dividends on investment from that, and then give itself low interest loans. Almost every country in the world who's an independent sovereign nation has some form of a national bank. We're calling it a state bank because it's being proposed staying within the federal union, and it really, there's only one in North Dakota, I think, that works operationally very well. I know they've tried to bring that here. It got pretty far, but not all the way, because Jerry Brown wouldn't sign it at the last minute, I think, because the existing bank lobbying groups got to him. But that's partly why you'd want to be independent. Is we could have had a state bank. It got through the legislator. It got to the governor. And then existing banks went to him and said, whoa, you're not going to deposit all your income taxes in our bank and pay us service fees for doing it? We're going to lose a lot of money. You can't do that. Well, if we're independent, independent, we'd have to do that because every country does that. They have an independent bank. They store their taxes in it. They make profits off the interest from the taxes, and they give their country low interest loans so that country doesn't have to raise taxes on itself to fund infrastructure projects like California's done for the last 30 years.
And they have one other thing too, which I didn't see in the plan, which I would add, is a sovereign wealth fund.
Okay.
Why shouldn't we be investing elsewhere the same way through a sovereign wealth fund, same way that every other nation does?
What does that mean, sir?
No, it would mean, it would give California the opportunity to make investments as California. It would give California opportunities to step in and invest in startups, invest in startup high tech. We've got high tech heavily in Silicon Valley already. This would give us, it would be direct investment by the state in private entities started by Californians.
That would be excellent. Okay, so the possibilities, what I heard you just say is that the possibilities of growing wealth without raising taxes are very huge if California is able to have its own bank. It's able to make money off the taxes. It's able to give itself better loans, and it's able to invest abroad to make more profit. One of the things that always grabbed me was one of the largest investment funds in the world is the California State Employees Retirement Fund, or CalPERS. Yeah, it owns like a 5th or 20th% of France or something like that. Whenever they say anything, investors around the world go, "Oh, what did the California Employees State work?" And I'm like, that is a small fund compared to how big a California nation fund would be.
Absolutely.
And that CalPERS fund, people follow that on the stock market and listen to what they say and go, "Oh, they're not investing in that. I'm not going to do that. They're investing in that. So a micro fund out of California already has world gravitational pull in the financial system. Imagine what a California nation-sized state fund would do. It would be the equivalent of like Saudi Arabia, or when the EU says we're going to go this way, or China says we're shifting that way."
Absolutely. And just look, and the influence that could be generated by a sovereign wealth fund, of the sovereign nation of California. Oh, I think it's again. I think Wall Street is their mouth is watering at the moment.
Yeah. So what about a currency board? It was an option. People are like, the reason we brought up that was that people go, "Well, how are you going to have a dollar?" And when you're independent, you can print your own money. Some countries hire other countries to print money for them. Not many, but there's a few. And what we found was that there were a lot of countries that don't print any money and use the US dollar, and they don't really care what America says because the dollars are out there. And if they grab enough of them, they can use them in their. So just because you're independent doesn't mean you can't use the US dollar. You could still continue to use it. You don't have the ability to influence if interest rates go up or down in the value of the dollar. But North Korea, as I understand, has a ton of US dollars and uses them, even though they're under blockade. So does Cuba. Once the dollars are out there, you don't have control. So we could still use the US dollar if we wanted, but it may not be a good idea because we'd have no ability to control the value of that dollar. That's why most nations have a bank that controls the currency.
Very true. Very true.
So that would be one of the benefits is, yeah, you could still use the US dollar with this. So they go, "Okay, well, are you going to print a separate California currency?" That's typically what nations do. We've explored the idea of maybe a cryptocurrency with introduction to Cali Nation Coin. But another option is what Singapore and Israel did. They were small countries, and they were worried about having a currency that would be strong because they were small. So what they did was they took 5 different currencies as their national currency. So like Singapore is the best example. Israel did it, but only for a few decades. And Singapore took the Malaysian, Chinese, British, Japanese currency, and they made their own. And so what happened was, if Japan's raising interest rates, and that's going to be ruinous for their economy, they reduce the amount of Japanese dollars and raise the amount of American dollars or other. So they don't have control of any currencies, but by having a variety of currencies, they could hedge their bets. And so they wouldn't be screwed by the American or the Singapore. They're really worried about Singapore and Singapore playing financial games. And this insulated them. And because of that, their Singapore dollar became very stable.
Mhm.
It was an option.
I think you've pretty much positioned the new sovereign entity to be as well off as it could be, given the discussion that we've just had right now.
Okay, I'll get you that money after the show. Oh, don't tell them that I paid you to agree with me. Okay, here we go. Joking. We're both policy nerds. That's why I knew this would be awesome, and I told him we're gonna have fun. Coley, we've invited. He's a policy nerd here. Coley was providing justice to poor people in a poor neighborhood of LA recently. He's fine. Everybody's fine. We'll cover that later. What about this? This is one of the big things was, well, why do you want to leave America? Isn't it fantastic? And we would say, well, first, it's a donor state, right? So we give more in federal income taxes than we get. And that's gone on since what I could tell, late 70s, early 80s. And basically we subsidize about 35 states. And the amount, and this is what's staggering, is that people know we're a donor state, and they still, when I talk to them, don't know the amount. I'm like, sometimes it's 19 billion a year, sometimes it's 82 billion dollars a year. The state budget's around 250-ish. So we're talking about a third of the state budget is just a wash in extra federal taxes. So California pays 400 billion in taxes, for example. It only gets 300 back in federal services. The remaining part of that money goes in grants to the other states. So places like Florida pay $1 in federal income taxes, but get $3 back in federal services. Places like Alabama, Mississippi, et cetera, might get like $2.25. So they'll put in $100 billion in taxes, but they'll get back $175 billion in federal services. Where does that extra $75 billion come from that they didn't? Us and the few other liberal states. What's surprising for most people is that really only 10 states fund all of America, is what I found. And most people don't know that. They think, 50 states union. Yeah, it's really only about 10, and everybody else is basically an economic drain. And they also don't know that most states in America, this is why they're like, California leaving, America will dissolve. And I go, most states have the GDP of a Central African country. And if they left, they'd have the quality of life of Bolivia the next day, like 35, 40 states. So they're not going anywhere because they'll never have it as good as being part of the US. Now, California, different story. We have a GDP more equivalent to Switzerland, France. Look up GDPs by states compared to nations, and you'll see like a lot of the Deep South. The UN had a special rapporteur who came during President Obama's time, and Obama was competent, but Obama was also part of the system. There's only so much they were going to let him do. And this special rapporteur went in, it was the end of Obama's second term, and he basically toured the South, and he goes, a lot of America is third world. And he wasn't being critical. He wasn't being mean. He was just, I've traveled the world, and I'm telling you, you guys think you're all first world. Like a third of your country is no better than the failed democracies in Latin America and South America and Southeast Asia. It didn't really go anywhere because people were happy Obama was here, but it's proof of the concept. So we're a donor state. If we were not a donor state, do you think 84 extra billion dollars in our economy would be helpful to our economy or bad?
Lots you can do with that.
Okay.
Lots you can do with it.
One of the other things that people were shocked by, and that I remember I shocked Tucker Carlson by when I went on a show, he's like, no, that can't be right. Loss of tech sales. So California makes cell phones, laptops. We do apps. We do some of the top security software. When President Obama wanted to make cybersecurity command, he came to Silicon Valley first, not the Pentagon. Just pointing that out to make that. Now, here's the thing. When America does things like unfortunately, what Obama did, where he said, we don't spy on allies. And then it turns out they totally spied on allies. And that really offended people like Germany, who thought they were a close ally, and even England, France, Japan. They didn't really like that. So when they found out, oh, America lies to our faces and then puts security software in their tech that they sell to us so they can spy on us, we lost $6 billion in tech sales that year alone. I brought that up to Tucker. He's like, no. Yeah, America, when they do mischievous, nasty things, the rest of the world doesn't like it. And in return, they won't buy products. Another thing that's not on here is loss of tourism and vacation. California is a huge tourism spot. When George W. Bush launched the war in Iraq against the international law and lied to the world, we lost a ton of students coming in and a ton of tourism and vacation money. So America misbehaves, we lose vacation money. America misbehaves, we lose tech sales. Does that make sense? How America does these things? They don't care how it affects us, and then we just we're screwed financially.
Yeah, and I think all you have to do, you mentioned tourism, is look at the situation with the East Coast right now and Canada. Canadians are not traveling. They're not vacationing in Florida. They're not vacationing in New Jersey. They're not vacationing, in Cape Cod or in Maine even. They're in fact, I just saw this past week that one of the Canadian airlines was offering $99 round trips from anywhere in Canada to anywhere in the United States, because they've lost so much business as a result of the Trump situation and the whole 51st state thing. So, I think that, again, another potential positive for the sovereign nation of California, who would open its doors willingly and welcomingly to Canadians at that point.
And it's not got to be good that California is tied to America under Trump, and then he does crazy things. I mean, America, I won't get into it, but many countries, about 3/4 of the world's population is called the Global South, don't have the same image of America that what's called the West does. So the West would be defined by Europe, Israel, Japan, South Korea, maybe the UAE, maybe like Peru. And then the Global South is everybody else. I won't get into it because it's a whole other discussion, but a lot of international policy decisions by America over the last couple of years, and certainly the last 10 years, including both the Biden and Trump administrations, Democrat and Republican, have shocked the entire planet and are turning the Global South against us. Additionally, you have the rise of BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Council, and the Belt and Road Initiative out of China, which is the first one to actually offer an alternative to the US dollar as the global reserve currency. So pissing all those people off doesn't seem to be really good. Let's go to the next one. Loss of international trade deals. This is my favorite one. A lot of people don't know. Governor Schwarzenegger went to Asia and he signed a bunch of trade deals, billions of profits for companies here in California. And then George W. Bush, because the federal government has to approve all foreign trade deals, George W. Bush could not get those deals approved, and then Barack Obama could not get those deals approved. And then Governor Schwarzenegger had to criticize both the liberal and the red state president for both not moving on approving trade deals, which meant our companies who want to sell tech, strawberries, special produce, wait 2 to 5 years till I give you permission to sell to a person. I asked business people, if you wanted to open a store and sell apples, and I walked in day one and said, I'll think about when you can start selling and I'll get back to you in the next 5 years. I asked them, is that good for business? And they go, no, that's ruinous for business. So the loss of international trade deals is something that's always there. That would be gone if we're independent.
Exactly.
Okay. Salt tax. So this is one of my favorite ones. Yes, we're progressive, we're liberal, but we're not dumb. Trump, so something called the SALT tax, the state and local tax deduction. Basically, it allows rich blue states to write off some of their state and local taxes to reduce their federal tax burden. Donald Trump, after he got into a war with California and started targeting us, removed the SALT tax, specifically to stick it to California high earners. His plan was to draw off the billionaires from California and get them to leave in order to cause economic damage on California as a way of doing payback for us being the place that stood up to him. The problem with that is Joe Biden, the Democrat, kept the exact same thing in place. So when I ask Californians, they go, well, what if we got a Democrat in? And I go, why? So we can be punished just like under Trump? Like how? And most liberals don't know that. I go, how is it good for California that Trump created a policy specifically to stick it to us, and then Joe Biden kept the same policy for years? What does that say to you?
Well, his problem was, Biden's problem was he didn't have the proper complement in the Congress, to move forward. But again, that's something that we wouldn't have to worry about as the sovereign nation of California. I think if we were successful in the first instance, there'd be a pretty happy honeymoon period for quite a length of time, I believe.
Last one is what's called an optimum currency area. Most people don't know about this. I was shocked to learn about it, but the idea is this. In 2001, California had a global recession, a horrible recession called the dot-com bubble. That happened because the Federal Reserve in New York, I get this confused. They either raised interest rates or lowered interest rates. So California's economy was humming, lots of investment, lots of new jobs, and they were worried about inflation. And then the Federal Reserve in New York, I think,
raised rates,
mm-hmm. which caused an automatic recession in California, one of the worst recessions California's ever seen. Now, the way this works is that money policy is set in New York, and it affects the entire country. Now, they have Federal Reserve stations around America to release the money, but the actual policy sets. So, economist named Robert Mundell figured out that over large pieces of territory, just because humans have to walk with dollars in their hand, and you can't walk as fast to, if you're in California, you can't walk as fast to Phoenix as you could to DC. So the way money works isn't like electricity. It takes time to flow because it's used by humans. Okay. So New York says we want to raise interest rates because we're worried about inflation, or we want to lower interest rates because we want the economy to pick up. That could be the total opposite policy of what the California economy needs on the other side of the continent. And they don't care and don't consider that at all. And so I point out to people, we had a massive recession in 2001 because we don't have our own Federal Reserve currency area. And this can happen at any time. At any time where the California economy is either doing too much activity or too low activity and it needs interest rates lowered or raised, the Federal Reserve on the other side can go, we're going to do the total opposite of what you want because we think it's best for the rest of America. And there's nothing we can do about it but just go into a recession.
It's funny, Mark, that I think some of the reasoning why elected officials or appointed officials on the East Coast don't worry so much about California is because there's this urban legend that California will always be able to fix itself. And I think that's what we're doing right now with Calexit. We're fixing ourselves.
To make it worse, thank you. God, I love meeting you. You've been a really big boost in the arm, especially at a time that we needed it, because we're going through big transitions, and this is your encouragement's been very big. The other thing was that California had a recession in 2001, and then California had a recession in 2010. It's been a donor state for about 45 years. It's lost maybe somewhere between $500 to $900 billion, depending on how you want to look at it. I don't have the numbers, but huge amount of money. Okay. So, hey, we gave you an extra $1 trillion or $500 billion over the last couple of decades. Okay. President Clinton, who was loved by Californians and a Democrat and a liberal, can you please give us just a few billion, like maybe just 5 to 7, just to bail us out so that we can get over this rough hump of a recession? Hey, by the way, we've given you $500 to $700 billion more than we've gotten over the last couple of decades. We only want a fraction of that, like 5%. Could we have that? And the answer is no. Just a second. We'll give JJ a moment to come back. He's adjusting his screen. Give it just a second. I'll add this to optimum currency area / recession help not available. So it's not just that America can cause a recession over here in California. It's JJ will be back in a second. It's that because of the policy that can cause a recession here. And then when we go and say, hey, can we get a little bit of a help to get through this recession, given that we've given you $500 to $700 billion over the last couple of decades, Bill Clinton said, no, you get nothing. Just go ahead and suffer. And then Barack Obama, another Democrat who is well loved in California, also said, no, you get nothing. So no help for you in a recession, even though you've given all this money. So people keep saying, oh, it's going to be different if a Democrat's in charge. Based upon what? 2 different Democratic presidents turned California down when we really needed just a tiny shot in the arm, and they gave us nothing and said, go ahead and suffer. Afterwards, so Republican presidents hate us and Democrat presidents won't do anything for us when we need it. What's the point of that? We're going to give JJ here just a second. Come back. We'll cover Social Security. So we got to give JJ a second to come back. This is kind of a long-term deep dive. I'm sure he'll be back in a second. And then we'll continue the discussion. And so just give me 1 second here to get through this. 1 second here. We're going to wait for JJ to come back and then we'll continue the show because it's a deep dive and I really want to have a policy versed person here while we do that. So. All right, let's just give that a second to work through. He'll be back in a moment, and then we'll go and do that. Just give it a second. Sorry. This is the problem with doing live shows, but we like it because it gives us more credibility. Let me see if I can prep for the next one. So we'll do Social Security as the next one. And then we can do military. I'm going to start prepping for the next deal. There we go. There he is. Told you. Hey.
Not even the elements could keep us apart.
I told everybody he'll be back. So we'll move on to the next section. Just the Federal Reserve sets the policies. They can crush our economy. And then when we're hurt and we ask for a bailout, like we did from Democrat President Bill Clinton and also Barack Obama, they can say, I don't care that you put $500 to $700 billion in over the last couple of decades subsidizing us. We're not even going to give you $5 to $10 billion for 1 year just to get through it. So tough. And those were the presidents that were beloved by California and seemed to have a great relationship. Meant nothing when we're going to go into a collapsing recession. 2001 was a horrible recession. 2010 was a horrible recession, both of which could have been helped out by the Democratic presidents who chose to give absolutely nothing at all. So, fact. Let's go to Social Security. This should be a relatively simple one. me find that. Okay. Our plan was basically, as I understand it, so as long as you're an American citizen, they cannot cut off Social Security to you, and they have to ship you a Social Security check anywhere in the world.
That is correct.
Our plan was, there's also a thing where a lot of countries have dual citizenship. Canada, Israel, a couple places have dual citizenship with America. So there's a lot of Americans who have Israeli citizenship. There's a lot of Americans who have American and Canadian citizenship. There's a couple countries that are able to do this. I think South Korea is another one. So America does have this policy where they allow people to have dual citizenship. So why can't an independent California do that? Where we have, you keep your American citizenship and we give you California citizenship. Now, the children born here wouldn't have American citizenship. Maybe that's something Trump would like, but the people here would still keep all their rights, which means as they retired, because they paid into Social Security, they would still get their checks in an independent California.
Absolutely. And I think that section was very well laid out, both from a standpoint of the way the existing policy and the future projected policies of the sovereign nation of California. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow. That was great. All right. Let's go to border. One of the things that surprised me was that a lot of people said, oh, you're going to become independent. You're going to have to build all this stuff up to become a nation. And I was like, no, I don't think we will. So I'll try to pull up this map, but there's something called the California Department of Food and Agriculture. And they have border protection stations at every single freeway entrance into California. Additionally, these people have the ability to stop anyone at the border who wants to come into California and say, no, you can't. So if you're in Oregon and you take any of the freeways from Oregon or any of the freeways from Arizona or any of the freeways from Nevada, we have a border station on the freeway right as you come into the California border. The CHP is standing there with a loaded handgun. They have and I'm not supporting violence, but I'm just saying, if you roll up and you go, well, I'm going to go in anyways, they have the ability to stop you by force if necessary. So we do have border guards with guns who can stop people. Right now, all they can do is ask for, if you're bringing food and ag into California. That was expanded to include fireworks, though. So the Food and Ag Department also worked with Cal Fire and started inspecting people for fireworks. So if you have fruits or vegetables, we don't let you in. If you have fireworks, we don't let you in. That's our own rule. And we have border guards and border stations to stop that. How hard would that be to convert those to international borders if they're already on every single entrance into California from America?
No, not at all. I mean, the infrastructure being in place there already is a huge victory.
It's called the California Department of Food and Agriculture. And you can look them up. And they have these border protection stations. And they're everywhere. There's literally one at every single freeway entrance. So people are like, you'll have to build border protection stations and train border guards. And I'm like, no, we don't. We already have a gigantic building at every entrance. It's already staffed with people who can inspect cars. And it's already staffed with people who are in law enforcement and have guns and can physically compel you to stop at the border. And we've already been doing this since the 80s or 70s or the 60s. So like this goes way back. So I'm like, no, we don't have to worry about that. And if you're talking about flying in, well, they have all sorts of custom checkpoints in the airport anyways. Same thing. They inspect for fruits and vegetables. They're like, you don't bring that in here. So we already have border inspection stations. Am I missing something here?
And as a practical matter, with the infrastructure already in place at the southern border, which would then become a border into California, that infrastructure already being in place, it just simply changed the color of the uniform that somebody's wearing.
That's right. So the southern border infrastructure that's actually at the Mexico border doesn't just disappear with California independence. The buildings are still there. And the other good thing is that everybody who works at those jobs, even though they're federal, are Californians. I'm sure there's a few people who from New York or Oregon who came down here for a job, but a lot of those people are Californians who took a federal job. So California's independent. We still have the people who run the border and know how to run the border still living here. We literally just change uniforms on them.
And that would just there would obviously be some form of compensation to the United States for assuming control over those buildings, but there will be hundreds and hundreds of items up for negotiation at the point in time when this is determined that we can move. So if there were one or 2,000 items to be negotiated, that all happens after we've already achieved objective number one.
Yes. Yes. I actually have a reference for that. But yes, absolutely. And some people have said, okay, well, if California is going to leave, they got to take a percentage of the debt. That might be possible. However, under international law and precedent, every country that took their percentage of the debt got to take an equal percentage of all government infrastructure when they left. So you want me to take 13% of the debt? Fine. I take 13% of the submarines and the aircraft carriers and all your built, right? This is fair. I'm paying you, so you have to give me a fraction. Some countries have said, don't pay off the debt so that we don't have to give you our military hardware. So as I understand it, if they want to play hardball and we have to pay off the debt, we get all those border infrastructure places for free automatically.
Yeah, and this is the reason too why, Mark, in circumstances where these types of negotiations, I'll explain what I perceive to be a relevant equivalent. In these types of negotiations, they always start out very acrimoniously because you've just come off of this. You were together and now you're not, and now it's like that classic divorce. Now we have to bang out the terms after we've agreed on the divorce. But over time, the tone of the negotiations changes because the public tires of hearing about it. So the politicians don't want to have to be involved in those negotiations as opposed to spending time on things that might help them get reelected and so on down the line. So I think that these negotiations would probably mirror other similar negotiations. And I have a great personal example there. I was a member of the Malibu Presbyterian Church, which wanted to leave its governing body to go to a different governing body because the new governing body was a little more conservative in its views on LGBTQ issues, and so there was a contingent in the church that wanted to leave rapidly, and it ended up the negotiation. Everybody thought that negotiation to get out of one Presbyterian into another one was going to take years and years and years and years. Everyone planned on that, and it ended up taking about 6 weeks. So it's and believe me, millions and millions were at stake there as well. So
there is one study on legal secession. It's done out of, I think, the University of Ontario in Canada. And it says typically no more than 2 to 4 years, which kind of shocks people. Now, this isn't violent military secessions. This is, we had a vote, a democracy. I recognize your vote. Oh, okay, 2 to 4 years. And the reason is, like you said, people get bored and they want results. What they were talking about was that in an election, it's 2 to 4 years because the politicians get elected in 2 to 4 year increments. And so if you're not making this happen, you're not going to survive re-election. And so a lot of them know that. And they're like, oh, well, the public voted for this and maybe I like it or I'm against it secretly, but this is what they want. If I don't pull it off, I'm ruined politically. So I had better make this happen.
Exactly.
The
negotiation portion is when you get to that point, the snowball has rolled halfway down the hill already. So
this was also backed up by Brexit. So that study came out a decade ago, and I'll find the terms for it. But basically, that's what it said. And then there was Brexit happened about 4 or 5 years ago. The study came out a very long time ago, And then Brexit happened only a couple of years ago, and Brexit played out exactly like the study. They had the Prime Minister Cameron. He seemed to be screwing around. He was gone. Then they got Theresa May. She seemed to be screwing around with Brexit, and then she was gone. Her career is so ruined now because she didn't get Brexit done that she's suing people to stop talking trash on her as a public official. It's never been done by a politician. Just to show you how horribly she's being treated in England because she didn't get Brexit done and it was clear she was screwing around. Then Johnson comes in, not the brightest guy, but he says, I'm going to get Brexit done. And he did it. He still has a career. May is destroyed and Cameron's barely holding on. All of that backs up the same thing with Brexit. They had a vote. The public wanted it. Some politicians thought they could screw around. Others recognized you better get this or you're going to be done. Literally played out the same way as the study said. Does that make sense, or does that seem
controversial? Yeah, no, I think it does, and I think that if that study, by the way, was done shortly after the first Quebecois effort at seceding.
That's right.
Yeah. So, but I think in this particular instance, even though England and the rest of the European Union had some things in common, they have some traditional uncommon relationships. And again, as we talked about the other day, nations form and maintain based upon commonality of interest. So there was sufficient commonality of interest for enough Britons to want to get into the American Union, but there was sufficient long-term, centuries old animosities between European nations, which may have stood in the way of even a much earlier resolution. But in this particular case, we are all mythical Americans. So we're not going to lose our commonality, the commonality that we have with the rest of the United States. We're not going to lose that overnight. So there won't be that head-banging discussion that started. We should begin that discussion and begin those negotiations, not quite on the same page, but at least in the same chapter.
That's brilliant. Okay, so we seem to agree that, peaceful negotiations, it can be done quick. It's not a long, drawn-out thing. There's pressures from democracy, and if you look at Brexit, it played out that way. Let's go to water.
By the way, too, Mark, in terms of the whole legality of secession issue, when you get into Texas versus White, there was absolutely no prohibition at all against a voluntary withdrawal or an agreed upon withdrawal. So no legal precedent standing in the way of this move at all.
Let's go to that. So I've typically been pulling up Texas v. White, only Supreme Court case on secession after Civil War by Lincoln appointee. Let me spell Lincoln appointee. That's difficult. And says consent of the states. So we've gotten into all sorts of battles. Like recently, the California Berkeley Constitution Center dean has said, Texas versus White says you can't secede, period.
Doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Literally, that came out yesterday. Literally, it was in Courthouse News. We were talking about refiling. And then they interviewed this guy. His name is David Carrillo. And he came out and he's like, no, Texas versus White says you can't secede, period, end of story. And I go, how come you can't mention the phrase consent to the states? Like, he will never do it. He'll say it bans secession, which it banned unilateral secession.
Exactly.
It banned violent secession, but it said if you got consent to the states, you could secede. It is the only court case on secession. It came after the Civil War, which makes it legal precedent, not the Civil War. The guy who decided was Salmon Chase. He was personally appointed by Abraham Lincoln, so we're morally good there. It does say consent to the state. And although I'm not a lawyer, my understanding of the American legal system is it's based on laws. It's called stare decisis. So when you go to courts, the lawyers learn about cases that were already decided. When you argue what the law is, you have to go, here's previous cases that were decided this way, and that backs up my reasonings. You don't just go in there and go, I feel strongly that we should let this guy off because he's a good dude. What cases can you back that up? So I've seen lawyers go, I don't know, we'll just disregard this. And I go, how can you disregard the only case on secession when the entire American legal system is based upon case law?
Yeah, and the key there, the key in that case is that it was absolutely silent on the issue of consensual withdrawal, mutual consent withdrawal. There's no mention whatsoever, and that would be the principal legal position in support of getting out of the union with nothing more than a mere negotiation. I mean, is it possible that it could become in the best interests of not, I won't say the United States, but in the best interests of Donald Trump not to have to deal with California, and maybe he would rather make a deal since he's the deal maker rather than run the risk of there being any further disruption.
That is what we're angling for. We think that Republicans hate California. We think that they've shown that, and we think that we could get the votes easily. And we think Donald Trump likes to present himself as the deal maker, and he hates California. I mean, the Prime Minister of Denmark, when Trump was talking about taking over Iceland or Greenland, the Prime Minister of Denmark goes, "It's clear California is hated by Trump." A foreign head on the other side of the surface of the earth mentioned, "It's clear from our viewpoint, oceans away, Trump really hates you." You had Deutsche Welle in 2016 pointing out Trump hates California. He's also said we're famously out of line. I think he'd be willing to let us go. And part of the proof is there was a LA Times survey that asked Republicans across America how you feel about Californians. And 48% of all Republicans across America said all Californians are not American. That was before the Palisades fire, where Donald Trump said, even though there's people dead, I don't know if I want to help you guys because I'm not sure I like you. And that was before Donald Trump decided to send the Marines in on a domestic protest, which has never happened in U.S. history.
Hey, Mark, 35 years in Washington has taught me one thing, at least one thing, and that is that all sitting presidents in their second term are concerned about one thing and one thing only, and that is their legacy. And in this particular time, if Donald Trump has a choice between everything that's already happened to him as his legacy, 34 felony indictments, January 6th, on and on and on. If he has the choice between that and getting rid of California for the rest of his conservative band, I think he would see getting rid of California as his legacy, and that would overshadow in his own mind maybe anything else that has happened up to this point. So they say that everything in life is a matter of timing. That's right, timing. And so in this particular case, we could very well be hitting DC at the absolute right time right now.
Because all presidents are worried about their legacy, particularly in their second term. Trump is in his second term. It wasn't consecutive, but this is his second term. He's already been slammed with insurrection. He's already been slammed with impeachment. He's already been slammed with, starting a war, backing a genocide, whatever. And if you look right now, he's spending a lot of time trying to present himself as the peace president and get the Nobel Peace Prize. I find that ridiculous considering he almost started World War III. But you're right. He is worried about his thing. He's constantly moving for this peace thing. He wants his image and his legacy. So, yeah, I was the Republican who saved America for conservatives. I got rid of California. California is the boogeyman of all the bad ideas and all the horrible people. That's, as I tell people, they go, "What do you mean California is hated?" And I go, "Have you watched Fox News, Breitbart, Newsmax for the last 30 years? Because I do. I'm in the Valley. We are always there as the boogeyman, the bad guy. So he could save America from us. Why would he not want to do that?
And only he could do it because he's the deal maker.
And only he could do it. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. And only he could do it. 1 second here. Only he could do it. This really feeds into his ego, right? Such a big, radical change. Well, Trump did it, right? As I tell people, like, he wanted to get abortion gone. He doesn't really promote it now, but before he was like, I'm the only one that could get abortion repealed, and I'm the only one that could do it. And I could, you guys have wanted to do this for generations, and I'm the only one that could give this to you. Here you go, Trump. Here's another Save America from the horrible, wicked progressives, Maxine Waters, new scum, I think they call them,
Yeah.
Adam Schiff. There's a bunch of people out of here, and they're always present. And Nancy Pelosi, like all the worst people. I think New York gets one scumbag, and then we get 7 to 10 on Fox News.
It goes even farther. If Trump were watching this podcast right now and hearing this, he would think that we were praising him as the only person who could do it. And again, I've known the guy 35 years. Okay, I'm telling you, he would think that this was out and out praise of his deal making ability.
I'm putting that in there. You actually know Trump.
Yes.
And he does like presenting himself as the savior, as the only guy who could do that. He's done that before. He has a public feud with California, and Republicans don't like California. We already have a survey showing that 48% believe that I'm not an American or anybody else here. Additionally, we have multiple amounts of activities, and the proof in the pudding. Palisades fire happened. People were dead. People were burned alive. People were homeless. He goes on TV. I don't know if I want to help you because I don't like you. No pushback from Republicans across America. Oh, we're having a protest against immigration. I'm going to send combat trained active duty Marines against you. And I'm going to say we're sending angry Marines for domestic protests. Never happened before. No pushback from Republicans across America. So I'm going, maybe it's all related. If half of the Republicans don't view you as American, then why do they need to give you disaster assistance? They can just let your bodies get rigor mortis on the streets. And why is it not okay to send a foreign invasion of force against you? You're not Americans, you're foreigners. So we don't have to help you in an emergency situation. And it's okay for us to send our combat troops we send against their intolerant regime against you because you're not us. And I keep pointing out to people, the LA Times survey came out a year ago. Palisades was 6 months ago. Marines were 1 month ago. Is it a coincidence the survey comes out and then we're literally seeing hateful behavior with absolutely no pushback by the Republican Party at all?
You're jumping ahead of some of my notes here.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I think that this entire campaign, I'll just bring it out now.
Sure.
For consideration. This entire campaign is about two things. One is that the way that the United States is functioning right now is not the California way. We need to cultivate in the minds of Californians that there is a California way of doing things. And the second half of that is they ain't like us. The message that we have to sell is they ain't like us. And we don't even have to go so far as to say, and we're not like them, because that way because the viewer, the listener, when he hears or she hears, they ain't like us. Their first reaction, natural reaction is going to be, "You're damn right," and we ain't like them either. And that's so that the battle cry here should be California way. They ain't like us, and that's a rock solid. That's like hitting a 400-yard drive right down the center onto the green.
That's brilliant. That's freaking brilliant. Trump sent in the Marines, and then he sent the National Guard against the will of the people. And then he threatened to arrest the sitting governor, and then he threw one of the first Latino senators on the ground. At that time, there was a conference by the Sacramento officials out of LA. So it was like 20 LA based officials, but they were in Sacramento, and they gave a press conference. And it was kind of proof of Calexit, because the best they could do was say, "Trump, stop. I'm like, you're a state assembly person and you're telling the president of America to stop. And that's what they were all doing. I mean, that was their thing to offer, was, we're begging you to stop and you better stop. And I'm like, he doesn't have to listen to you. You're not getting how impotent this looks. A lot of people saw that too. And they go, oh, and then it was, we got your back if you get in trouble with Trump. And I'm like, so I get disappeared to a detention center with unlimited detention, which is approved by the Supreme Court. You got my back if I show up 3-6 months later, beaten to hell, or 2 weeks later, starved. That's when you got my back. That doesn't build security. I mean, they sounded so impotent. But one of the things they said, it was two ladies. And I'll tell you a secret about them in a second. Mm-hmm. They both said what you said. They go, this America, they ain't like us. They literally used that phrase. And they were both African-American women. By the way, the rapper who started that phrase is from California. Mm-hmm. Kendrick Lamar, very Californian, got into a fight with an East Coaster, very Californian. Mm-hmm. And he's our modern Tupac now. But they were pointing to that, and they were using that phrase. And I'm like, wow, I've never seen that before. Those two legislators who said that, Calexit met at the California Democratic Convention 2 weeks prior, talking about Calexit. Now, they did not support Calexit, but they did sit there and listen to us for a couple minutes, and they didn't argue. And then 2 weeks later, when they saw the Marines came in, they went on TV and said, they ain't like us, two of them. Mm-hmm. Not naming names, not saying, just facts. Just I'm not saying to support Calexit, but I'm just saying, wow, you were listening, and then all of a sudden you start talking like us. Wow.
There are 50 contrast ads that have already written themselves in the back of my mind when it comes to.
Let's hear it.
It's one really a great contrast ad is you show scenes of all of the things that are going on outside of California in the United States. And then of course you transition, and that's the they ain't like us part. And then you transition right into some amazing things going on in California. And those are examples of the California way. Here's the California way. They ain't like us. Here's the California way again. They're still not like us. And by the time that second spot hits, every California who sees that, or I won't say every because I don't like all or none, some significant percentage of Californians will at that point, the minute that they see that second ad, they will start to say, and we ain't like them. And once you get these voters to arrive at a complete understanding as to what the real, honest to goodness, core value, core belief differences are, and they do exist, and we can show that, then they have a decision to make. I'm either not of the California way or else. I mean, so my feeling is that the more and more and more that we can show stark differences in every aspect of human life between the rest of the country and California, then the California way becomes not only that which is going to propel this movement forward, but which, in my own opinion, hopefully will propel other states to do the same thing, in which case there's a 5-way mutual negotiation or a 6-way mutual negotiation that happens all at the same time, and everybody goes away fat, dumb, and happy.
Hold that thought. Give me 30 seconds. I want to get a drink of water. 30 seconds. Sure. Okay. Okay, and we're back.
And one more point on
please
that I was making right there. This buzz phrase, the California way. What makes that so great is that it can be micro-targeted to virtually every every target demo in a different form. You have the California way, and if you're looking at the 18 to 25 vote, you pitch them on the Cali way. And if you're looking at another target group, the CA way. But you have an opportunity here to construct the same message in 3 or 4 different modalities rather, and then move those forward all at the same time with micro targeting that I think is that solid winner. Oh, and one other thing I came up with too, it's not in perfect format, but it's just a thought that came into my head is that it's existential that we blister out of existence the myth of American exceptionalism and replace that with the promise of California perfection.
Oh,
we're destroying the myth of American exceptionalism and establishing the promise of California perfection.
that's why I wanted to do this. See, because now after you and I are done, I can show this to unlimited amounts of people, and they can see both the background discussion, the facts, why is it that way, and then now they can see the marketing of this angle. Like I said, we're already an hour in. Very few people are going to watch this, but key people will. And this is everything I wanted. This is great. This is exactly what I wanted them to see. And I love the fact that you're taking stances on, you don't need to do that. You could just do this.
Well, that comes from almost 4 decades of campaign management.
By the way, I'll follow up with you, but I want to invite you to the Monday meeting. We have one Monday at 7. That's our main one. Let me clear with Dr. X. I'm sure it's going to be fine, but that'll be that. So here we are, Texas versus White, only Supreme Court case on secession after Civil War. Lincoln appointment says consent of the states. You can't just ignore cases. By the way, legal scholars like David Carrillo, UC Berkeley Center, are saying Texas versus White says you can't secede, period. And they won't mention consent to the states at all. I see this a million times. I've seen at least 10 different lawyers write articles, and they will not print the phrase consent to the states, which I find interesting because since we've filed multiple Calexit initiatives, we have had Kamala Harris, Javier Becerra, Kathleen Keenely, and now Rob Bonta all have to admit Texas versus White exists and it says consent to the states. So for someone who's not a legal scholar, I'm confused. Who do I believe? David Carrillo from the UC Constitution Center, or 4 of the top legal arbiters in California over a 15-year period who've all acknowledged that it exists? Who would you believe? Can you see how I'm confused? Who's telling me the truth?
And the other thing too is that the portion of Texas v. White that Carrillo is quoting, it was not the primary holding in the case. Texas v. White was a case involving standing. It was a case that where the primary question was whether or not Texas could bring the lawsuit in the first place. So it was only in dicta that the discussion came about the union being indissoluble or whatever word they used there.
True, it wasn't the main thing, and some lawyers have said this case wasn't directly about that. True. However, we know that Supreme Court justices' opinions have weight, even if they're not in line with the majority decision. That's why SCOTUS has decisions and it'll have dissenting opinions, because in the future, if lawyers want to argue that case, they may look at those dissenting opinions and say, look at what smart stuff this really smart Supreme Court justice said. For example, at one point, slavery was legal and the Supreme Court said, sorry, you got to go back to being a slave with Dred Scott. Then 100 years later we totally reversed that. It's been wrong this whole time. So you try to base it, but you got to go off what the cases say until the court, the SCOTUS itself, says we're changing precedent.
Yeah, and the fact that there was no mention whatsoever of a mutually agreed upon dissolution clearly leaves that wide open, and I think that's clearly the path. That's the most enterprising legal path to take.
And it's because there was we talked with other secessionists, and most of them are conservative. We're one of the few liberals out there. Period. And we don't share values, but we do agree in working together to a common goal in a thing called democracy. Like I've argued with many liberals, if we're not working to get votes from conservatives, then we're not pursuing a legal path to secession, which means we're pursuing a not legal path to secession, which invites us to all sorts of mischief and chaos I will not be part of. So I understand that liberals don't like talking to conservatives, but if we're going to do this legally, you got to get the votes. That means you got to go talk to the voters where they are. Sorry, that's the it's tough medicine to swallow, but that is the only way out legally.
One of the you talk about talking to conservatives. One of the first groups that I would buy a beer for, and in advance of moving this effort forward, would be the Freedom Caucus. If you could get the Freedom Caucus standing up on 30 different stumps and saying, "Let them go, get them out, open the door for them." So they may not be our friends for any other reason, but Marjorie Taylor Greene has already broached the subject of a divorce, a national divorce to begin with. And hey, let's meet her at the gym and see what happens.
This is exactly it. People go, "Wow, that's radical." And I go, there was a guy called Malcolm X. He had meetings with the KKK.
Yeah.
Didn't tell anybody at the time. It wasn't because he didn't believe in black equality. It's because he goes, "I want to get out, and you guys are the only other people who agree with that. So give me money." And he did, and he pursued his goals. And it was, it's real politique. Roosevelt had to work with Stalin in order to defeat Hitler. Okay, sometimes these things happen. So Freedom Caucus, that's brilliant. Do want to Texas versus White. Oh, I forgot to say, Abraham Lincoln's first inaugural address, or it's his second, it's either his first or second inaugural address, says that if he was directed by the public to let the states go, he would have to do that, but not giving direction, he has to do his due obligation. So he said in his first or second inaugural address, and I've had to argue with historians on this, he literally said, if the public told me that these states should go through the legal process as president, the executive, I would have to do that. But there was no vote. There was no direction by Congress. There was no standing that they can just leave this. So therefore, my direction is to keep the union intact. He said that. Salmon Chase then basically repeats the same concept in Texas versus White, and Chase was personally appointed by Lincoln. I'm not saying how this isn't the spirit of Lincoln all the way through into the law. By the way, Lincoln was a lawyer, one of the most prolific lawyers. And again, under American law, we don't have common law. So in France and England, they have this system where they've kind of decided what the rules are and they go way back. In America, all of our stuff's based upon case law. It's called stare decisis. So I argue with the lawyers going, you cannot dismiss Texas versus White. I don't care if it's not the main issue or not. It's the only one.
I think the fact that that wasn't the main issue means that the question is absolutely open for future determination. I mean,
Yep. Few more points and then we'll move on. Sure. Constitution is completely silent on secession. I've had to argue with many people about this, including some lawyers. I've had at least 20 journalists go, the Constitution bans secession. I go, show me. There's nothing there. It says absolutely nothing. What it does say is that the Supreme Court makes legal decisions if there's a question. And guess what the court said? You can go with consent of the states. The only way to undo that is if the court came back and said, we disagree with that decision. Only the Supreme Court can overturn precedents under the American Constitution, period, end of story. So finally, there's a guy called Erwin Chemerinsky. He is in 2007 in GQ magazine. He said a simple majority vote of Congress could be all that's required for California to legally secede, because a simple majority of vote of Congress was what made California a state. Mm-hmm. So he is referenced as the top legal mind in America. He started 2 different UC law schools, and he's argued in front of the Supreme Court. And he completely disagrees with David Carrillo's understanding that there is no possible path to secession, period. So I always point this guy out going, again, I'm not a lawyer. Who am I supposed to believe? David Carrillo or this guy who's more referenced and more respected than him and 4 California attorney generals?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was easy.
Completely agree.
Okay. Let's move on to the next thing. Let's go to water. just because it should be relatively easy.
Mm-hmm. I have a note on that.
So one of the issues was that you want to secede. We'll cut off the Colorado River to LA and you'll collapse. And I said, Mother Earth's going to cut off the water from the Colorado River, whether or not you want to or not. There's a thing called climate change. It's happening, isn't going to stop. We haven't really done what we needed to slow it down. The people who run the river have said, don't rely on it. And one of the people who runs the Colorado River even wrote a fictional story about states seceding over lack of water. Expletive feces you not. So how is the loss of the Colorado River a threat if it's going away anyways?
Yeah, and you know, this is, to me, this is almost a non-issue, because if there were a need for additional water, that's certainly a negotiable item that would be number 2 or number 2002 in whatever the negotiation is. I mean, we're going to have not only trade agreements with the Far East or South America or Central America. We're going to have trade deals with the remaining 49 states as well, because that will then be an international trade deal, just like a deal with Japan. So, you know, I think that whatever water shortage there would be, if there was one, and I'm agreeing with you that there probably won't be one, but even if there was one, it simply becomes the next item up for bids on The Price is Right.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing to add to that is that America can't just cut off the Colorado River. The Colorado River is an international treaty with Mexico, America. So America would have to get Mexico to agree before it did that. And Mexico likes us better.
I'd be more concerned about the river drying up than I would be.
It's basically going away. The people have said that it's going away. Climate change, it's not a reliable source. The amount coming in has been minimized. What's also interesting is that 80% of the water in California goes to ag, about 70, 80%. Mm-hmm. So most people don't know that. So it doesn't even go to the people. We don't actually have to have limited showers and water saving because there's not enough for the people. Most of the ag in California gets shipped outside of California. So majority of our water goes to ag, and a majority of our water is shipped out. That's not a water problem. That's a exporting our water problem.
Absolutely.
If 20% of our if 100% of our population only needs 20% of the water, that means we have 400% the capacity we need for this population. And people go, well, if you cut off the water, the ag will starve. Wrong. The majority of the ag is shipped outside. Only a fraction actually goes to feeding ourselves. We could totally, I'm not saying we do this, but we could completely cut off 50% of the water to ag and still feed ourselves fine and have all the water we need and all the fruits and vegetables we need. Our ag industry would dry up, but we could feed ourselves, no problem.
Yeah, you know, from the way I was looking at it, water would simply become, for the agricultural producers, water would simply become a cost of doing business. And if we have international trade agreements with the other 49 states and everyone else, and I'm a farmer, I factor the cost of whatever my cost for water is into whatever I'm selling to my customers. I don't really see, even now. I see a prospective internal political battle as between rural California and urban California, which has always been the case anyway.
Sure.
So, but it would then become an internal negotiation between rural and urban legislators as to how to divide up the water under the new plan.
And given that we export a lot of our water, we could deal with that in our international trade deals with people to say you either pay a higher amount or we get less water. By the way, the water export is not for most ag in general. It's like 5 to 10 specific ag products drive that up. And as I point out, and I'm not saying we do this, the ag industry of California is only 2% of the GDP here.
Right.
You could literally wipe out half of the ag industry and it only have a 1% effect on our economy. So we can feed ourselves. We have all the water. It's an industry we like. It's worth it out here in the Ag Valley. But people don't know this. They think our water comes from America and they'll just cut us off. And I'm like, no, it comes from up north. And they're like, oh, but don't we have to ration all the time? Because they have these 1800s laws on water rights, and 80% of it goes to ag and most of it's shipped out. And it really only benefits a few thousand people who make that 2% of the economy, while 40 million have to suffer. Basically, it's an unknown thing. So I don't view that as a big issue.
Yeah, I think it's if it became an issue at all, it would be resolved much more easily than several other issues that are sort of out there lurking. But it's a low level issue.
It's one of the things that you were saying, like, look, for messaging, let me write this down because this is key. Messaging, only 4 issues or it's bad. Let's just do that.
4 issues max, because if you're doing, let's say you've got 10 people involved with the movement that are out doing 5-minute stump speeches to grab more potential people to get involved. If you put more than 4 subjects in a 5-minute stump speech, nobody remembers anything. You have to limit the number of items, of bullet points in a 5-minute stump speech. And if you go over 5 minutes for your stump speech, nobody's going to listen to anything over 5 minutes anyway. So you want to keep that really, really nailed down, a tight 5 with 3 to 4 rock solid messages that you're getting out. And then your emissaries around the world, around the new country anyway, take that from border to border, and they're just hammering home those 4 issues over and over and over and over and over.
I agree. What we found was that we'd run into people and they'd go, I can't do this if you don't tell me about Social Security or borders or water or military or whatever. So we go, they were like 1-issue people. So we go, let's just collect the answers to the 1 issues and go, oh, you're a person who's concerned about the military. Boom, military answer. And we find if we answer that, they go, oh, okay. And then go on with the rest of it. So yeah, you don't want to sell more than 4.
Those are the people that you micro-target the hell out of.
There you go. There you go. And that's what, again, this is what this is for, is 90-10. There's going to be 10% that I need the detailed answer on water. I'm not, okay, here it is.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Like a Wolverine, like you have to, if a Wolverine attacks you, they say give it like a coat or a glove. So it can kill it and feel like it won. Right. And then it'll leave you alone. It's the same thing. Like, here you go. Water issue's done. And we find, like, after you answer their 1 issue, they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on board. Sure. Whatever. Right. A lot of them, it's the military, but not exclusively. Some of them, it's the debt. A lot of elderly, it's Social Security. Some of them, it's money. And for some people, it was water, just because this is what they've heard. They've heard we'll fall into the ocean. We don't have enough water, etc. Okay, let's go to international trade. Basically, the idea is that there's a book called Global California, Rising to the Cosmopolitan Challenge. This is the book that inspired me to start Calexit. So a lot of people go, how'd you get behind secession? And I go, I originally was only going to write about how California has cultural differences from America. I was sitting at home. I remember the exact day I started on Calexit. I was sitting at home in Marin County with my tia, aunt, and they're on TV. They go, oh, America's going to invade Iraq. It was like 2003, 2005. And they go, new survey, 75% of Americans polled said they support invading Iraq. 5 minutes later, on TV, that channel and another one, major network channel, new poll, 75% of Californians are dead set against invading Iraq. I'm like, how did we have the could not be more different opinion about this pivotal issue from America? And I had done a little bit of sociological research and found that the way societies view war is one of the key determinants of how you can view them. So, yeah.
And one point that I wanted to make on this lines here, I think let's let the rest of the country refer to this as California secession, while we refer to it as California progression.
Got it.
Yeah, that's it's we keep every aspect of the message positive, and the more negative words like secession that scare people. Again, remember what as a get out the vote person, what gets more people out to vote than any other issue on the planet? Fear. If I can get you afraid of something, you'll vote. You'll get out. You'll put the controller down. You'll get up and you'll go vote. And how do I get you to do that? By scaring the hell out of you. And how do I scare the hell out of you? By using as many negative words as I possibly can in all of my messaging. So if we let them talk about secession and we're talking about progression, everybody that we're talking to, we're being positive. We're being upbeat. We're selling a positive story.
I'm going to be watching this video this weekend. So we're going to do this. And then I'm going to be, because I do the, people like, do you remember when he said something? And I'm like, no, I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone now. So I'm taking in what you are, but I'm really going to be absorbing it. So everybody watching this, I'm going to do the same thing. This video is for you. This video is for you, the high level thinkers, to sit here for however long it takes and see the real thought about these issues. I'm going to be doing the same thing. We're not just getting confirmation on policy stances. We're getting confirmation from a 4-decade-long DC insider person who's met Biden and Trump on the messaging for this radical topic. This is excellent information, and I encourage everybody in Calexit who's at that higher intellectual thought to deep dive on this, okay? This is a very, very key interview. If you want, you can see the other interview I did with J.J. Ames. That's pretty good, but this one is really, really high level, and I know there's going to be a small but important group of people who want to see it. Okay, Global California Rising to the Cosmopolitan Challenge was a book by Professor Abraham Lowenthal. He works at the Arnold Schwarzenegger Center at the University of Southern California now, well respected. Before that, he was the top international trade professor at the University of California, Long Beach. University of California, Long Beach, because it's next to the LA ports, has one of the top international trade graduate programs on planet Earth. Lowenthal oversaw that. So basically, Lowenthal was a professor studying international trade situated right next to one of the world's largest ports. And he said, and I found this in my research, it is a loser. Like California's just in a financial loss every day being part of America. Now, if you want to be part of America because of patriotism and morals and shining beacon, sure. Just know that you're losing money every day. And what he was talking about was the trade deals, that they're stalled for 5 to 10 years. And it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or it's a Democrat. Like we talked about with Schwarzenegger, he criticized both Republican Bush and Democrat Barack. He said that's ruinous. And he said what's also worse is that because he had gone to D.C. on trade missions for California. And he basically says the D.C. area is full of priests who believe only they can speak the sacred language. And you're kind of a noob who just doesn't get it, and you're kind of stupid. Ring any bells? No? Certainly. Have you seen anything like elitism and I know better than you in D.C.? Or is that just a total crazy concept?
No, I'll tell you, Mark, there's no one at either the Democratic National Committee or the Republican National Committee who believes that anyone outside the Beltway is able to tie their shoes without a set of directions. And that's unfortunately a large part of what has put the United States of America in the position it's in today. There are great minds all over this country who can't get in the front door because the front door is locked on both sides, and there's no key. I mean, and you know, I understand that too, because from a campaign strategist perspective, from a general campaign consultant perspective, the more I can convince you that only I can do it, the more work I'll have and the more burden you'll be carrying. So.
Sure. So it is true. And he had been to DC and he had said this, and he called them a priestly tribe, and that they would act like, oh, you know, you don't understand. And his thing was, he did some research and he found out that going back to William Randolph Hearst in the 1930s, California was the group that pushed America to sign every international trade deal from the 1990s to 2010. Every single one. That includes NAFTA 1 and 2. That includes the introduction of the World Trade Organization. It includes, I think, what they call it, GATT, G-A-T-T, before WTO. And you can even go back to the 1930s. He said, Californians were an international trade hub. We were having people coming in and trade goods. So before America thought of it, Californians were going to DC going, we need trade deals. We need to do this. NAFTA was pushed by California. WTO was pushed by California. GATT was pushed by California. So his point was, why exactly do we need America when we're the one pushing all the international trade deals for basically the last century and we were the key negotiators on every single one of them? Why? If I'm telling you, if you're a doctor and you're committing surgery on me, but I'm telling you what to do, why do I need you?
Exactly. And if you were the president of Liberia today, and you had an opportunity to take a meeting with Donald Trump or to take a meeting with Gavin Newsom, who would you take the meeting with?
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, I thought you might be more resistant, but no, this is what this professor says.
Well, the reason why I bring that up is because as a new nation, if we were a new nation, any new nation would have to immediately establish its credibility on the world stage. We've already done that. We don't have that box has been checked.
I'm going to write that down. Sorry. I'm going to show off here. Forgive me. I love talking with you, man. It's so great. I'm trying to control myself, but sometimes I get emotional. And people are like, why are you getting all emotional? I worked at this for 10 years to get to this point, and people thought I was just nutbag insane for the first decade. It's only in the last couple of years I've met people going, you're not crazy. I see you. 10 years of you're insane. Anyways, here's Lowenthal. Any new nation has to establish credibility on the world stage to be taken seriously. That's called recognition, at least legally. And one of the top scholars on the planet is Professor Bridget Coggins from the University of Santa Barbara, California School. Just pointing that out. And so you're totally right. We do need the credibility. Lowenthal was saying, if we sign all the trade deals, we can sign the new ones. And also, if California is independent, why can't it just say we keep every agreement we made in NAFTA round 2, we still keep? So if I sign NAFTA as part of America and I left and I go, everything I said before, literally every single 100% of them is exactly the same. I can pit to all the same terms. What's the problem with that?
I think the one word answer to that would be bingo.
I'm going to say, like, hey, we worked out this long contract of 2,000 things you have to do, California. Great. I'm still doing every single one of them. I haven't changed one thing at all. I pushed NAFTA. I pushed NAFTA 2. I'm on board with the agreement. I'm just now California, not America, but literally everything I'm still on board with. How's that bad?
And the opposite parties in all of those deals would say the same thing. In other words, that would be, those ought to be anyway, much more of a lay down than if you were starting from scratch.
I was just saying, why can't they just say, look, we commit to, here's all these trade deals we've made before we're independent. Before we're independent, we've had our vote. We're going to do it, but it's going to be September 12th when we do it. Mm-hmm. We're months away. I'm telling you, months before we actually put the sign outside our door that we're an independent country, we're going to keep every single contract we made. If we made a contract with you the last 10 years, it stays exactly the same. There's no change. That would be good for business, because I figure there'd be no shock to the economy then. Everybody's like, oh, it's the same as before.
Yeah, the only thing that scares the hell out of business, finance, any other grouping of persons is instability. And
Thank you.
We're not creating instability now. We're fostering stability like it has not been seen in quite some time. So parties on the opposite end of those negotiations, they ought to be setting off the fireworks at that point.
Thank you. That's what I said. My mom was she was in a Fortune 500 company. She was one of the first women and Latinas there. So I know a little bit about corporate America, although I'm not in business.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said the same thing. Why? Yeah, we can keep the same deals. And businesses hate instability. I remember learning this. I thought, well, they hate taxes going up because that's not all I heard as a kid. And they go, yeah, but they hate instability more because taxes going up. If I tell you 5 years ahead of time, you can make a plan. Instability, you're like, hey, your profit margin shrunk by 75%. Deal with it in the next month. Oh, bad.
And when you're going from, for example, in dealings with Canada, just as a hypothetical, if you're going from sitting across the table from a guy who wants to acquire you, as opposed to sitting across the table from someone who wants to be your partner, wholly different story entirely.
I'll also point out, because people are like, oh, you'd have to negotiate all these trade deals. I go, no, we just keep them in place. And they go, well, you wouldn't have America to help. We told them what to do and taught them everything. So what's the law? So
and we would end up negotiating the same type of trade deals with the United States.
Yes, same thing. So I was thinking about that. You don't want to scare corporations. The easiest thing to do is like, look, we're going to become independent, but every corporate trade deal is frozen for the next 5 to 7 years. Sure. Any business, no change at all. Everything's the same. Most Californians are not pushing for independence because of a change to corporate business regulation. They're concerned about their safety and civil rights. Right. So we could easily do what I call a business freeze, going, look, first 5 years, nothing changes. So if you're a business, nothing changes. As the government, we promise it won't. The terms, rates, everything. Now, after 5 years, we might negotiate, but now you have half a decade to see that coming and participate in the discussions. So there's no tumultuousness. And my favorite part is that in 2000, when Schwarzenegger was governor, around 2007, 2005, Ban Ki-moon, who ran the United Nations, said California should keep the global discussion on climate change going because the UN failed to do so. And California, with its own international meetings held by Schwarzenegger in a couple countries, created actual climate change legislation that multiple nations could agree on and got a carbon neutralization framework out, which the UN couldn't do in 25 years of talking. And so Ban Ki-moon, the president of the United Nations, the official global discussion forum, said, you should keep doing this because we failed. You, California, by yourself, organizing nations, did a better job negotiating the toughest issue the world's faced better than the UN. So when I hear that, what do you mean we can't negotiate? The UN literally said you're doing a better job than us.
Yeah, I actually think, again, like just almost the same as the water issue. It's almost a non-issue, not quite, but almost, and it's enough of a non-issue to where I think that when confronted with that question during the course of the campaign, there's a pat 30-second response and you're done with it because you don't want to let it interfere with the 3 or 4 major selling points, major marketing points. But it's certainly something that will come up and should be addressed, but not as part of the main presentation because it's a lesser element of that.
Just for everybody, we're following the 90-10 marketing rule. 90% of the public is going to need no more than 4 questions, maybe just 1 or 2. They're going to need simple, and they're going to need general answers like we can figure it out and trust in us. 10% of the population is going to be, what are you hiding from me? I don't believe you. What's the trick? And you're going to go, okay, here's my boring citations. And they'll go through and they'll go, oh, there's nothing here. Never mind. And then, like a dog that lost interest, they'll walk off. So that's how that works. Okay, we're winding down.
You have to wind down my account. I was just turning to see that we're probably getting about 1.5 inches of rain an hour now.
Whoa, are you still safe, sir?
I'm safe. Yes, I'm safe.
Okay. we're going to do disaster assistance, and then we'll go to military. I wanted to do military last because it's more complex.
Oh, don't miss social services and healthcare.
Oh, let's do that right now.
Okay.
Hold on. Health care. One second here. Social services. Boom. Okay, take it away. What do you think about that?
The reason why I say that this has to be one of the key messages delivered is that we're existing in a moment where healthcare is being taken away from 13 million people, and we want to add it for 100% of the people. And some of those 13%, maybe some substantial percentage of those 13%, which will be thrown off of Medicaid at this point, are Californians. So it's an obvious issue that needs to be addressed as a principal message. And really what it comes down to is that while the rest of the United States is negotiating over how many people are going to die because their health care is taken away, we are lifting people up and elevating them. And we're putting everybody, for the first time in the history of even the United States of America, in the same basket, entitled to the same health care that anybody else can get. So while health care is being ripped away, while the average life expectancy in the United States continues to go down, it should be a stated goal of this movement to push that natural life expectancy higher and higher and higher through the first initiation of universal health care in the history of.
Love it. That is so good. Look at here. Let's see if they got that. Okay. Yeah, that's brilliant. Again, I'm going to be watching this 2 or 3 times over the weekend. And I'm going to be telling everybody to watch this. Great. Yeah. Messaging. While America's talking about how many people to let die off, we're consistently talking about how to provide health care for everybody. Just a little bit to add some kindling. Donald Trump is going to be cutting funding for SNAP and medical benefits. You have to do more to even get medical benefits, which will put a lot of people off. And then the SNAP benefits, I think it's like 750,000 mothers with children will not be able to feed them. So absolutely. That's what they're doing. This great messaging. Wow.
And so like I said, I think that has to be a major portion of the message. And just like you were discussing, you have single issue voters on some of these more limited scope issues. You're going to have a ton more single issue voters on the issue of healthcare than you have on any other issue that we could be discussing.
One of the things that there's a book called Secession by Francis Buckley. He was a former speechwriter for Trump. He also teaches, I think, at a George Mason University, and he was from Canada. So he has a Canadian legal background, and he teaches law in America. In his book, Secession, he mentions Calexit and me, the little promo. But he also says California subsidizes the U.S. military so much that if it just had normal military spending or was not a donor state anymore, it could cover universal single-payer health care for everyone in California without raising taxes 1 penny.
And that's the message. That's the message. While your taxes are being raised in the old country, we're doing it a little differently here in the new country. We're going to give you more, and you pay no more.
We're going to give you more, and you pay no more. Oh. I know you all can hear my fingers running, but I want to get this out fast. So, yeah, the idea is that California donates so much to the U.S. military budget. The military budget's over enlarged. I think it's bigger than the next 20 countries combined. They were talking about if you just had a normal military like France or somebody, universal health care. Or if you didn't want to do that, if you stopped being a donor state, basically universal health care. Universal health care was being pushed by the California Nurses Association almost got passed until Anthony Rendon and the legislature turned on it after backing it. Now, the legislature's reasoning wasn't completely foolish. They said, hey, it's going to cost an extra $100 billion. Where's that coming from? That's going to like raise the budget by a fourth. Well, independence equals two separate sources of cash that could be redirected with no raised taxes, and you get universal health care. Something like you said, it would be the first time happening because it didn't happen in America, and it's probably never going to happen in America.
Yeah. This issue, this is the cheese. All right, this is the cheese. This is the one. I mean, there are a couple of other big issues, but this is the cheese because I would defy you to find anybody on the 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica who would say, no, I don't want universal health care. No, I don't want my kids to get all their shots when they need them. No, I don't want any of that. We're looking for a bedrock issue that you can be an asshole and you're in favor of it. No one is going to turn down universal health care. And anybody who does, well, maybe they're in the 1/2 of the 1% and they go wherever. But that's not the person that we're mass marketing this to.
Right. And the main argument that it would raise taxes doesn't exist.
Exactly.
So there's no reason for Republicans to oppose it. They go, oh, that's going to raise. No, sorry. Just redirect funds. Doesn't raise taxes. So
exactly. And I mean, of all of the issues that we could discuss, and there's a couple more key ones. This is one that's going to hit home in every segment of California. Northern California, Central California, Southern California. It applies across the board to everybody. It's the one mega issue that if you don't rally around it, you're going to need somebody to actually check and see if you have a heart left. But that's
all right. You heard it here. J.J. Ames, 4 decades experience in D.C. working with multiple campaigns, says that of all the issues that we could push for Calexit, universal health care with no increase in taxes through 2 different financial possibilities is the one to push, because basically nobody's going to oppose that. And everybody knows the Republicans are trying to kill it. Obama tried. It didn't happen. They're trying to take it away, and it'll never happen in America. So this is your only chance to get it. And
you've defeated the principal argument against by redirecting the money.
Right.
So it's you get to the point where you say, would you like to have a brand new Rolls Royce? Well, no, I don't want that. Well, God, now you need the checkup from the neck up. You know,
right.
and you know that's somebody you can stop micro-targeting, because there's absolutely nothing you're going to be able to say to get that vote. If this doesn't get that guy's vote, nothing will.
I like stuff like that, because people are like, what do I say and how do I explain this? And like, you could do the long-winded, we've been a donor state and our policies are out of line and this and that. But then I found, when I was telling people, Trump sent in the Marines, you're not telling me we need to do something differently? That snapped people. So here's the healthcare thing.
Yep.
You're never going to get universal healthcare in America, ever. They're trying to destroy what you have. Your only chance ever for you or your kids, which all of the rest of the modern world has, is in independent California, period.
One other point on that same line. If you want to get more progressive people from other parts of the country to migrate to California to solidify the progressive base in California, and you're offering universal health care, that your mass migration will already have begun before you finish the sentence.
That's brilliant. I never thought of that before. That's brilliant. If you're the first place to ever offer universal health care to anybody with American citizenship ever, and they know the difficulty there and they see what the Republicans are doing, yeah, we'd have a lot of people coming to California. By the way, want to point out, when California was losing population, Republicans would talk about that a lot. What they would not bring up, and I went on the Laura Ingraham show and embarrassed her, well, she would go, you're losing all these people. How's the state going to last? And I go, Laura, that same paper says that we're having people come in. They're just not as many as the people leaving. The people leaving were managers at 7-Eleven. The people coming in own their own tech startup worth $120 million. So yes, by people, but by money, no. And she looked down, got rid of the paper, and immediately goes, so why did you leave the Republican Party? And they go, because of racism. And then she moved on to another topic. But that was the whole point. I'm like, here you go. brings more liberals to California. That's brilliant, because this would be the only way they'd get it. And so we would have an economic boom.
Absolutely.
Because oh man, because high income business creators are flocking here.
I mean, you could see multi generations of families coming to California for no other reason than we have universal health care. I mean, and it's not just the one person. I mean, it's load up the truck and move to Beverly time.
Thank you for doing this. I remember we started. You're like, I'm going to contradict, and I'm going to contradict. Oh, you're great, because we've been just discussing this in a cave with. I mean, it's been a couple hundred people, but it's been amongst ourselves. I never thought about that. I was always thinking about the economic benefit to California with independence. I never thought if you provide universal health care, you could have the top business creators across all of America choose to come to California. We're talking about a brain drain on a scale the USA has never even imagined before. And that would cause, they bring their money and their talent. Economic boom to California.
And who's to say they wouldn't even bring their manufacturing facilities, because they wouldn't have to negotiate with their union over health care.
Right. Or trade deals.
Or trade deals, yeah.
Let's go to disaster assistance.
Okay.
This one's pretty straightforward. Some people have said, oh, I need the other document. So some people have said, okay, well, the federal government's an insurance policy. If California leaves, what happens if you have a natural disaster or any type of disaster, not a military invasion, just a normal disaster, financial or weather related? No one's going to be there to help you. And our response was, why do you think they'd be there to help us in the first place? FEMA did a horrible job with Katrina. FEMA blocked people from going into Ashford in North Carolina. I've heard all sorts of horror stories about that. Additionally, we had 2 economic recessions we talked about on the Clinton and the other guy. And we asked for a little bit of chump change, and 2 Democratic presidents said no. If you also look at many of our events like wildfires, 70% of the forests in California are owned by the federal government. Right. We always have wildfires. They've done absolutely nothing to fix it. Now, they blame us for environmental policies, but what law trumps what? Federal law trumps state law. So they could be, I've had this argument with a lot of Trump supporters, and they go, California needs to clean up its forests. And like Trump said, and they go, Trump manages the forest. How come Trump didn't order people to do that and spend money on that? Why didn't he do it in 2016 to 2020? How come he's not doing it now? He's been in there a year. He's picking on us, but he actually manages it and he doesn't do anything about it. So how's that making disaster assistance better when they won't fix the thing that they manage?
And a larger version of that discussion is that we have witnessed, and probably since Katrina, we have witnessed disaster assistance become a larger and larger and larger political football.
Yeah.
Where it all depends on who happens to be sitting in the Oval Office, what the constitution of the Congress happens to be at any given time. There are actually no assurances in this day and age that any disaster would result in assistance being provided. So, and unless we think that there's this major role reversal that's about to take place in Washington, where disaster assistance will no longer be a political football, then I mean you got better odds at the lottery at that stage of the game. You know, I mean this situation as it exists, with disaster aid being a political issue and not a human rights issue, that's only going to be expanded upon down the road. I mean, it's only going to get worse as the Congress. I mean, you can't get. We've had 7 or 8 major pieces of congressional legislation passed in the last 12 years. Horrible record. And the existence of natural disasters hasn't changed anything. My wife happens to be a travel nurse, and she's near Asheville right now, and she's been there for the last 2 months. And she said that she has told me many times that it absolutely looks like the bomb went off yesterday. And how much time have we had to provide that assistance? But now they can't get any assistance because Trump and Tom Tillis are at odds.
So that's a great point. So maybe if you want to go and argue that disaster assistance worked in the past, okay. But if we're looking at the fact that when Palestine, Ohio happened, where the train derailed and Biden wouldn't even visit it, and then he wouldn't even visit Ohio, Hawaii, and when people were burned alive, I think they got $200, and they go, that's what we got. And then Trump literally made it worse by going, I don't know if I want to help blue states. So we're already in a time where I don't know if you're going to get disaster assistance because you might be the opposite party of me at that time.
Disaster assistance worked when Congress worked. It doesn't work because Congress doesn't work anymore. The Congress is broken, which means all of the things that the Congress is responsible for are broken. Any aid package that came down right now, if a new aid package came down into Congress from the president for Asheville, you'd have the same battle today, maybe even on a larger scale than you had when the flood actually happened. And all the while, there are. In fact, I'll tell you something even more egregious. Last Saturday, there were ICE agents in a small town called Morganton, North Carolina, which is a couple miles east of Asheville, and they were raiding taco trucks, individual taco trucks, at a time when, if you went a few miles down the road to Asheville, your impression would be that the flood happened yesterday. So our priorities are just off the wall at this stage of the game. And that's why I said from the very beginning, our presentation should be, here's the California way. Here's what they're doing. That's why they ain't like us. While we're trying to harvest produce in Oxnard, ICE agents in North Carolina are raiding taco trucks.
Yeah. And for the background, there was the protest against ICE in LA, and it was presented as this, civil war happening. It was only a few small blocks. It was not presented as a TV. What was not popularly captured was how that got started. ICE agents were showing up at preschools and yanking parents away from their little kids while their kids were screaming. So, and they basically didn't care. So I know that if you go and I take a parent away from their baby child who's 3 to 4 years old and that kid's screaming his eyes out, those parents are going to be upset. If you have 100 of those parents in a small congregation, you've got a riot. I don't care what ethnic group those people are or what citizenship status. We're talking about the FBI rates what parent-teacher conferences now is a breeding ground for terrorism. So that's mostly white people. So yeah, that wasn't really talked about, how they were yanking people away in preschools and you'd have like 100 little kids screaming. Oh, and they left them. So they didn't even tell the other parents. So parents removed, maybe the teachers removed. Here's 100 crying kids. They don't know where their parents are. They don't know who's going to pick them up. They just left them for 48 hours. And hopefully somebody figures out what happens to this kid and they don't die or get left off with a pedophile. And that was the attitude. It was tough. They're going, okay, well, if you want to start screwing with people's kids and you think, and you're going to put it in the most dramatic manner, and they're screaming, crying children and they're left abandoned, basically, I don't support violence, but I'm like, if you walk up and slap a great white shark in the nose and it bites you, who do you get blamed?
There's an old political adage that suggests that people will screw with you to the extent that you permit it. And that's where we are today. I think that enough people, particularly in California, have said enough is enough. And there could not be a more perfect time for this movement to take shape. I'll just burden you with one more personal story.
Please.
On February 9th of 2012, I was hit by a car on Pico Boulevard in Santa Monica. The car was going about 45 miles an hour, blew me up in the air about 15 feet down the road, about 50 yards. I ended up with 3 major surgeries out of it. But that night in the hospital, fortunately, no vital organs were damaged. But that night in the hospital, it happened at 4:45 in the afternoon. About midnight, the ER doctor came in, and Dr. Diaz, I'll never forget her for this. And she looked at me and she said, "What's your purpose in life?" And I said, "Doc, I'm on my 3rd IV morphine here. I'm lucky I can remember my name right now, let alone my purpose in life." And she said, "Well, you better figure it out pretty quick." She was looking at my chart. She said, "Because by all rights, you should be dead." So she says, "You need to figure out what your purpose in life is and get to it, because you may not get another chance." And all of this time passed, and here I am, and I recognize now that this is my purpose in life. This is why I didn't die in that accident.
That's intense.
There could be no possible greater impact that you and I could have on this planet and its temporary residents than what we're doing right now.
I completely agree with that. I think, like you said, when the UN, California did climate change, California's been pushing for progressive policies. California's been a progressive beacon in America. It would be a progressive beacon on the world stage. It already is. It already operates as an international country. I mean, what more could we do if we didn't have our hands chained behind our back?
Not secession, progression.
Progression.
That's not
Progression.
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 We're not getting out. We're going up.
Hold on. Not secession. We're talking, let the Americans use the term California secession. Californians will use the term California progression. We're not getting out of America. We're moving on up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when I think one thing that will be an aid to this movement, which it would be the first time I've ever seen a movement aided by this particular circumstance. But I think the harder that they come at us, the more they will reveal about themselves. And the more that they reveal about themselves, the more people put down the controller, get off the couch, and go vote.
Since you said that, so I've long thought that. I've had these arguments with other secession activists and other activists, and they would go, I got investigated today, or there was a harsh editorial, or somebody who did a hit piece on me, or I found out that somebody made a call to my major donor and they pulled out. And I go, so what's been going on in the background? They go, well, we had finally got our initiative on the ballot, or we had gotten 4 elected officials in the New Hampshire legislature to propose this, or we actually got somebody on the Republican Youth Committee to make it part of the platform, which would be fed into the Texas Republican platform, or something. And I go, so you were doing that and you were excited, and then this attack came and now you're depressed. And they go, yeah. And I go, totally backwards. You should be celebrating.
Absolutely. If I wasn't important enough for you to come after me, you wouldn't do it. In fact, as I said, the more that they come after us, the more they're revealing about themselves.
So I've been telling people this, and I go, because they basically told you could win, and they told you how you could win. And the way that it was introduced to me was the Gandhi thing. Gandhi said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. And the key point I go is it's ignore, laugh, and then fight. It doesn't go, then they do another thing. It's when they fight you, that's when you win. You got to look at the phrasing of what he did, is that when they actually turn to fight you, that's when you win. What? Because they told you how you could win. When you're in an activist group, you're guessing what it will take to actually cause the change that you want. Like Gandhi in India, he guessed that mass disobedience and getting beaten up in public would cause change. He didn't know until they really started coming after him, like, I could bring down the British Empire in India with this alone.
That's why I say that we have the capacity to alter the course of human history, and the only thing that will prevent us from doing that right now is ourselves. It won't be them that stops us. It will be ourselves.
When they attack, they told you what you are doing will win. That's what I've been trying to tell activists before. So recently here, I'll admit this here privately with you. I mean, it's kind of out there. We went to the Calexit, went to the California Democratic Party convention, and we didn't have any endorsements, but we did meet a bunch of the governor candidates, assembly and senators, and everybody but one person, Eleni Koulounakis, was willing to talk to us. And we didn't hide who we were. We're like, we're Calexit, we're secessionists. Mm-hmm. They didn't endorse, but they go on, tell me what you're thinking about. And they sat and listened. So I told reporters like, I go, not an endorsement, but they weren't running. And they weren't, I can't talk to you. Eleni Koulounakis immediately goes, I can't be seen talking to you guys, and like walked off. 25 other politicians we met didn't do that at all. Didn't react to that at all. Some of them even gave us hugs and said, continue what you're doing. Now, they didn't say it on camera, but they did say it.
I guarantee you this. We nailed down the 3 to 4 points that are going to be the focus of this campaign. And I guarantee you that some of those, if not all of those points, will also appear on the position papers and position statements of everybody we're trying to talk to. So that even if they don't come out and give an endorsement, we can side by side in a message, the candidate's position and our position. And we can relate ourselves to the candidate and get a de facto endorsement without anybody ever saying a word.
Brilliant. Never thought of that. Brilliant. Yes, brilliant. Because one of the things we said is that politicians will be backing Calexit before they ever actually publicly say so. Mm-hmm. Saying I back it publicly will be the last thing they do, and it will be when it appears that the train's running.
Absolutely.
But they could do other things. For example, we talked to 2 legislators in this Democratic convention, and they listened, didn't back Calexit, and then after Trump sent in the Marines, they went on TV and said, America, they ain't like us.
Yep.
That's a Calexit talking point. So they didn't say I back Calexit, but wow, you suddenly started talking like this for the first time after you just met us and you saw what we were talking about.
Yep.
So nail this down. 3 issues that went on. Yes. And so you want the political support. So anyways, what happened was we went to the CA Dem convention, met a lot of people. We passed out flyers. We did so well that the second day we were running up to people and they go, I've already heard about you. Did that about 5 times. People are like, you've already saturated it day one, met so many people, passed out so many flyers. In the convention hall, they had 300 chairs. We put a flyer literally on every single chair. Mm-hmm. So you couldn't go to Adam Schiff's speech and sit in any of the chairs without having to pick up the Calexit flyer. And it goes Calexit right up front, read it. Second day, people saying, oh, we've heard about you. I have a buddy named Brandon. I've known him for a while. He works in DC. He runs a political consulting firm. He didn't go to the convention, but he had 4 people he knew go, and they don't know each other. Every single one of them was reporting back going, holy blank, Calexit's all over the place. Everybody's talking about Calexit. So he was calling me. I didn't pick up the phone for 2 days because I was worn out at the convention. I was exhausted because it was like, go. Talk to this person. I need sleep. No, you need to go talk. Okay. So anyways, he's like, you guys made an impression. You really did.
That's all that matters at that stage. All that matters is it's just name identification, name ID. Now when you come back and somebody says, "Oh yeah, I heard all about you," you can say, "Well, did you hear about this?" And they get the 3 talking points. Bada bing, bada boom, Betty boop. We're all done. We're home.
Yep. So to back you up, it's kind of I'm outing this now. Went to the convention. That was cool. It's kind of quiet. And then Trump said, I'm going to send active duty combat trained Marines in. Yeah. Within 12 hours of him saying that, There were some high-level politicians who I will not name. One of them works in the California government and is one of the top 6 most powerful politicians. Another one is one of the top most recognized governor candidates. Called us. We didn't call them. They called us through our contacts we had and said, we want to talk and we want to get a hold of you. And in fact, our CEO was flooded with phone calls and he was kind of flabbergasted. He goes, why is everybody calling me all the, what's going on? I go, Trump sent in the Marines. We were the only people 2 weeks ago to say tiger's coming around the corner. Nobody had ever heard of a tiger. We said there's a thing called a tiger and it's going to come and get you. And then 2 weeks later, they saw a tiger walk in front of their house. And we were the only person who said these things exist and they can kill you. So they have nobody to turn to because they found themselves in a radical situation they don't know how to deal with. And we're the only people who said, this is going to happen and here's how you're going to deal with it.
Yeah. And you watch and see. There'll be a lot of people that'll want to straddle the line until the last minute. You know, nobody wants to be the first one on the bus. You know.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you is, I truly believe that there would be people in positions to organize super PACs who would be interested in something like this. And the minute that first independent expenditure committee ad went up anywhere, that's when the floodgates open. That's when the line straddlers jump to the side that they are now convinced can bring them home.
I've said something similar. I've said when we appear corporate, like Pepsi or Nike, that Californians are trained to go, oh, it must be legitimate. I mean, look at the size, look at the their website. They look to be corporate. Although we're trained to go, oh, it must be legitimate. I'll join. And I go, all you have to do is get big enough where you appear like we're corporate, and then they'll say, smart, rich people are already attached to this. It must be safe for me to join.
Yeah,
that's what you're. Okay, great. Wow. Again, I'll get you that money after the show. I'll make tamales and I'll send them over.
There you go.
So you'll love this part. We go to the Dem convention. We make inroads. It's kind of quiet. Trump sends in the Marines. 2 weeks later, we get phone calls within 12 hours. Holy expletive, I need you on board. We're starting to work with those groups and tell them what I told you about. We need you to push the blue ribbon panel on Calexit. We need a vote placed in front of the public, but we think if you could launch an official investigation, you could do that within days and it'll send shockwaves and like revitalize this whole thing like you've never seen, be world news. So
absolutely. This is the best way to characterize it. This is a life-changing event waiting to happen for 40 million Californians, not for the people on the inside. This is a life-changing event for 40 million Californians. And however marvelous you thought your California life was the day before this vote, you just wait to see how much better it gets the day after. That's what has to happen. And I truly believe that that's where we are right now.
So just so people watching, that was some awesome messaging.
Yeah, there may not be an American dream left for anybody.
No, I don't.
But there sure is a California dream.
We talked to some veterans and they were like, hey, I served. And I'm like, thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, if things were working normally, nobody'd be hanging out. People aren't here because they don't like America. People are here because they think America's gone that they thought they knew. So you fought for an America you thought you knew. People are scared that that's gone. That's why they're here. This isn't about hate for America. I thought we had a package of rights and progress and we were going in this way. And then suddenly it's like, nah, I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, maybe we will, maybe we won't. And the vet was like, oh, and I go, this isn't against you. This is about things that you fought to protect aren't working anymore.
One of my notes that I made regarding military and veterans was that exact message needs to be micro-targeted to veterans, because the fact that this is not an anti-military, anti-government, anti-defense, that this is progression. It's pro good life. It's pro all this pro-California way. And California's never backed down from the fight. We've taken some on as the initiator. So from this perspective, there's a micro-targeting message that can be distributed to veterans, which will carry a whole hell of a lot of weight, and I think put us in a very positive position. Because again, while the other side is saying negative, 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 then we say positive, 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 positive. Then the veteran comes up and has a question, and we say, hey, look, who's talking about negative? Who's talking about bad? Who's talking about pain? We're talking about positive. We're talking about upbeat. We're talking about uplifting people. So if you want to compare two messages, if you're a negative kind of guy, hey, we're not for you. You're not for us. But if you're a positive kind of guy, if you want to uplift as opposed to beat down, come join us. Positive, positive, positive. It's easy. It's so easy to be against something. It's easy to be against everything because all you have to say is no, and you don't have to explain yourself.
Right.
To be positive, yeah, maybe you're going to get a question that you've got to take 30 seconds to answer. But the bottom line is what you're doing with that is you're showing that one person, whether it's face-to-face or in a micro-targeting situation, you're showing them that, hey, there's a whole bunch of negative people on this side of the fence. There's a whole bunch of positive people on this side of the fence. Where do you want to live? You want to live where you're getting beaten down or lifted up?
Again, I have family in all 5 branches. Grandfather in World War II. Dr. X, the CEO, is a veteran. He was going to go to the first Gulf War. This isn't about being against the veterans. This is about people thought they had something that you all fought to protect and were willing to risk your lives. And now they just don't believe that they can guarantee that's there. And the pattern's gone on for 10 to 15 years. So they're not like, oh, maybe next year it'll turn. It's sure. You all fought to protect something. We wanted that same thing. We feel it's gone. That's why we're leaving, not because we don't like you, but because we want the thing you fought to protect and is now removed from us. That's our message to the veterans.
And if we couch that in terms of, like before, the promise of California perfection, as opposed to the myth of American exceptionalism, I mean, we're showing them, hey, these people want you to believe in something that you can't see. We want to show you something that's real, something that you can wrap your arms around, like universal health care, like the other 2 major points that we'll get to, but the point being, you can challenge them. Don't just look at R or D or red or blue or this or that. Look at what they stand for. And they show you what they stand for with their every action that they take. And the only way they keep you in the fold is by continuing to prop up this myth of American exceptionalism. Well, as bad as it is here, it's better than it is anywhere else. No, it's not. It's not going to be as good as it is in California, because the California way brings the promise of California perfection, not the myth of American exceptionalism.
Okay. This has spelling errors, but I want to get it out. California, because we're trying to move California progressionism, not the myth of American exceptionalism. Yes, I know it's misspelled. Okay, we're just trying to get notes out for everybody else. I'll do better in the future. Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, let me wrap this up, and then we'll do disaster assistance, and then we'll get to the other. The reason that we brought up the Gandhi thing was we went to the Dev convention, we made inroads. People were quiet. Then the Marines came. Then they called us. We started having conversations with them about promoting a blue ribbon panel. That was about a week and a half ago that we got to that point, really high level. 10 days ago, Politico magazine called me and they said, hey, Mark, you know that story we interviewed about 2.5 months ago and then sat on and did nothing about and just dropped and you thought it was dead? We might do it, but I have 30 questions for you. And I need them all answered in 48 hours, or we're going to print the story anyways. Gotta go. Click. So I get it. It's 30 questions. 2/3 of them are about, did you know about every horrible, bad thing that ever happened to Dr. X in his past?
Oh no.
Yeah. And the answer I said was, yeah. I mean, when I met him, he was more transparent than I was comfortable with. So they were like 30 questions. 2/3 of them were, we're sure he didn't tell you about this. And we're sure he didn't tell you about that. And we're sure he must not have mentioned this. And I was like, wrong, 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 wrong. Yes, 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 yes. He told me. And then the next question after that was, and they repeated some of the questions, right? So I'm like, this is a hit job. So it's 30 questions. I've been part of hit jobs. They're no more than 5 questions. They want to get your specific take on something. This was, let's see if we can get you. And if you didn't know about that, what about this? And if you knew about that, what about this? And then after all those, and they repeat the questions just to pound it home, like, we got you, you're going down. There's another question that goes, okay, knowing all this about Dr. X, do you feel that he should still be leader of the organization? You should take donations. And I said, 100%. He told me everything up front, and nothing you said changes it for this reason. I've been at this for 10 years. In the last 2.5 months, we've held a fundraiser, raised thousands, created industry-specific targeting pages, created a pitch deck for investors, met high-level investors, went to the California Democratic Party, met with high-ranking Democrats, started actually lobbying them with the Blue Ribbon Panel, are going to have a 1 million-person influencer event and a film fest for Calexit across the state, and a tour coming up that's more detailed than anyone's ever imagined. We've done that in 2.5 months. I've been part of every Calexit group. Not one of them has pulled off any one of those things in 10 years. And in 2.5 months, we've done 10 of them. Why would I give up on a horse that's winning the race? And so we didn't get a response. We sent it back to him. Okay. And remember, Politico did an interview. They sent a photographer. They sent people out. That usually means they're going to run the thing because they have to spend extra money for a photographer. Sat on it for 2 months. We thought it was dead. Out of the blue, you better give us these 30 questions and you got 48 hours, or we're going to run this anyways. And you're telling me, we don't care what you say. We're going to run it anyways. You better get to us about deadline. It's going to happen. Okay. And then if that wasn't enough, so we sent them the answers. We don't hear anything. And I'm telling everybody, we deflated them because their whole argument was, I must have been lied to. I shut that down. And then it must be, you must not have confidence in X. And then I shut that down with a brilliant answer that I ran by reporters and nobody challenges. A day later, the Fair Political Practices Commission of California reopens an investigation on me that was wrapped up 5 years ago. And I'm going, okay, so let me get this straight. Dems are calling us. We're actually having a conversation about getting the Blue Ribbon Panel into some of the top 5 highest ranking Dems in California. All of a sudden, Politico goes, oh yeah, that article we dropped, we're going to run it, and it's going to be hostile, and you better answer all these questions, and you have 48 hours. When that doesn't work, 24 hours later, a new investigation by the FPPC is launched on me that I haven't seen in 5 years. Who has the power to control Politico and a California government regulatory agency? And who would be pissed off about us meeting with elected officials to get them to do something that legally could do, which would be pursuing the Blue Ribbon Panel on secession? And I'm supposed to believe this is all just a coincidence, this timing? No, I think it's what you're seeing on the bottom. They know we're winning and that what we're doing would win. We're actually working with the power structure to get them to legally start pursuing secession the way they could. Crush them, destroy, attack. Out of nowhere, you got attacked. And out of nowhere, I got attacked. And I'm supposed to believe it's a coincidence this happens days after we make our first major breakthrough?
Mark, this is my. I think I'm the author of this, and it's been the way I've been successful in my own life, and I see that it's relevant here. Some people see the forest. Some people see the trees. A visionary sees what lies beyond, and that's what you are. That's what you are, and that's what this movement is about. While everybody else is looking at the forest and looking at the trees, you're looking 50 miles beyond, and that's how you win. If you can see something down the road that everybody else is going to see a hole down the road that everybody else is going to fall into, and you don't. That's how you win.
You got me. I'm trying not to be emotional. I just wanted to run that by you to go, see, this is what I'm telling you. We're winning. We found the way, and somebody doesn't like it. And so that's why they're trying to screw with us. And we defeated the political article and the case against me. I'm not actually technically on the paperwork, and that's how I got out of it 5 years ago. But they're so sloppy, they didn't even know that's that. So I'm just resending the old stuff. So really ham-fisted, sophomoric level attacks, but very sudden and out of the blue, which I'm going, we're winning, and somebody knows that and goes, you could actually pull this off, and that's threatening. So now we don't want you to do that. And Dr. X was upset because this is his first attack article, and I go, you should be celebrating. We were guessing on the like. Show me. You've read the book, How to Successfully Succeed, Guaranteed.
Sure.
There is no book. There's nothing. We guessed. Every movement guesses. We've been guessing at what it works. And finally, somebody on the inside who knows says, that last thing, that's the one that would work. That'll take you all the way. Yep. Now, I didn't say that to be nice, but I'm basically telegraphing it for you. Time to celebrate. All right. One last thing, and then we'll go to the next issue. What's the next issue you want to cover?
Next issue. Oh, on unhoused.
Okay, we'll do unhoused in just a second. Let me finish up disaster assistance. So as we talked about, FEMA doesn't work. FEMA has done horrible. And also it's a political situation where you may not get the benefits just because you're on the wrong political side. We've seen Biden do that. We've seen Trump do that. On top of that, I just want to go over this horror story list. So we talked about how in 2001 and 2008, California went into recession. They asked for a bailout from Clinton and Obama and were denied. I also want to point out in 1985, state and federal governments have been unable to agree on how to split the money. About $1.3 billion has piled up in an escrow account from California oil. Federal officials reportedly want to use as much of it as possible to reduce the deficit. Duke Majan rejected an offer from the federal government to give the state 1/6 of the fund, about $223 million. So back in 1985, they were shifting us. Now we can go to the Loma Prieta earthquake, 1989. Waiting 2 years, some 4 years later to get money to rebuild. Buildings are not open. The federal government wants to fix cracks in the wall. California wanted to fix the buildings so they don't crumble and kill people in the next earthquake. $100 million held up. Then we can go back to Duke Majan, 1989, where he said, when floodwaters engulfed the Midwest, when hurricanes swamped the East Coast, Californians were willing to help. Oh, Governor Wilson said Thursday in a television address to Angelenos, now California needs the nation's help. Wilson has also blamed federal defense cuts for the state's economic woes and has criticized the U.S. environmental officers for trying to restrict water use to protect. They basically were saying that we weren't getting our assistance during the Loma Prieta earthquake and that we had to raise taxes on ourselves and we didn't get the amount. Then you have the 1992 financial assistance we need. That didn't come. Then we can go down to the 1994 Santa Monica freeway repairs. It is appalling that the Clinton administration officials are angry that Governor Pete Wilson has been complaining for more than a year that the federal government is doing too little to assist California. They were talking about fixing freeway repairs from Loma Prieta 5 years later and arguing that the feds don't give us the amount of money. Then there was Enron, where we were price gouged. That was protected by George W. Bush and screwed over the California economy. Then there's my favorite one is after 9/11, Homeland Security Director Michael Chertoff, who worked with Rudolph Giuliani earlier, taking down the mafia. Right after 9/11, he said the most sensitive and likely place to be attacked by a terrorist attack was California because of our numerous seaports and airports. However, the money for 9/11 protection funding was given out equally across all 50 states. The situation was so bad that Senator Dianne Feinstein had to go, are you kidding? We're the #1 most likely terrorist spot and we get a 50th of the money? This has gone on for 5 years. California had to raise taxes on itself to get nuclear radiation detectors put in the ports so they weren't all blown up. Then we could have the FEMA earthquake, Northridge from 2006. We didn't get our money there. Then we could have the forest fires where George W. Bush took our National Guard out and let the forest burn down to the ground. Or like we talked about how Trump and Biden won't spend any money on fixing them. So it's political now. FEMA doesn't work. And I can go back to 1989 and find multiple California governors going, we give you a ton. We just had an earthquake. Can you help us out? And the federal government's like, nah, here's a sixth. 5 years later, yeah, I don't know if I want to help with the. What the hell good is this system?
And P.S. with the SCOTUS ruling yesterday allowing the firings at FEMA, 40% of FEMA's gone as of
There you go. There you go. So FEMA's decimated. They already did a horrible job. You can go back to New Orleans, Katrina. It wasn't working. You can see with the hurricanes, I think Sandy, it wasn't working.
Except for Brownie. Brownie did a hell of a job.
Sure. Good for him. Now, if we could just give them to be in control and then run it for California, that'd be great. But and then even back, we can go back 30 years and show where when a disaster happens, the feds give a little bit of money and then argue about giving anything more. And we have to deal with it for 5 to 10 years later. Buildings not fixed, cracks not fixed, roads not fixed, people not housed. So if it didn't even work well 30 years ago, what's the point now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Unhoused.
And then this one I think is actually a lot simpler than it could be. The statement that you have in the unhoused section, which says there is decades of evidence that other American states dump their homeless in California, busting their problems off onto us. And I would put a comma there at the end of that sentence, then the word and, then a semicolon, and then in all caps, independence ends this.
Right.
Independence ends this. And not only does it end that, but it frees up the dollars that are now going to take care of that situation that can then be moved into another area, such as, for example, universal health care.
That's it exactly.
The key there being it's been tried over and over and over and over again to deal with this problem. There's one answer. There's one way and only one way to deal with the problem, and that is independence. Independence ends that situation immediately, because when that busload of people pulls up to one of our border stations, it gets turned around. Independence ends that situation completely. And if you are looking for issues that are going to get all Californians to put the same colored jersey on for 15 minutes, that's one of those issues.
Okay. Potential key issue. Some people didn't even know this. I was really pleased when Governor Newsom brought it up. He was attacked by some people, but it's gone on for decades. There's a show, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, a comedy show.
Mm-hmm.
They had a show on how grandpa was crazy, and so they were just going to ship him to California instead of putting him in a home.
Sure.
Which tells me that it happens so much that a comedy show set in Philadelphia can make an entire episode about it that people think it's funny.
Well, and this is an issue that you can actually go on the offensive and aim it at DeSantis and aim it at Abbott and aim it at all the assholes who've been doing this over the course of time. And again, if you're talking about somebody who's initially opposing at this point, and you give them the message on healthcare, the message on cleaning up the homeless problem, and then you ask the question, how is that not appealing to anyone, whether they're Democrat or Republican, conservative or progressive, 18 or 80? How is that not something that appeals across the board? I think those are the kinds of issues that you want to group into that 3 to 4 key issues, because those are issues that you there's no legitimate opposing message. What's the legitimate opposing message? No, we want to keep more homeless. Just send them. Hey, Maine, you got any homeless? Send them our way. This is an issue that there's no counter argument to.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Homeless. So they do, other states do ship it. They've seen it in Texas, Hawaii, Nevada, Oregon, New York, New Jersey, California. There is some evidence of some California cities doing it to other places. That's not right. I don't condone that, but there's a lot of evidence of other people shipping it here, especially if you look at the 2008 recession. We got a lot of people here that came. I met a guy who came here during the 2008 recession. I met him in 2018, and he goes, I came here with no job. They took care of me during the recession, and then I just stayed and I never got a job. And I'm like, well, you're not actually a Californian. And they go, well, I've lived here 8 years. You came here to get on assistance and you stayed on assistance and you never came here to get a job or work. So you're still somebody who came on assistance. And if you were getting assistance, you wouldn't live here. So every country that has a strong social safety net like England and France has rigid immigration controls for this reason. You make social security safety nets really high. People want to come in. If you don't have control over the human bodies there, you go bankrupt. So I have friends who've been homeless. I have friends who've been on SNAP benefits and welfare benefits. And they always go, Mark, it's so hard to get benefits here. And I go, because we can't control the amount of people coming in.
Absolutely.
If we could limit it, we could go, hey, you're going to get so many benefits and we're not going to reduce it. Now that it's unlimited, the best thing they can do is make it super hard for anybody to get anything because they can't. So everybody who's poor and homeless, your life gets better the moment we control the inflow of people coming in.
Absolutely.
Higher levels and not take it away. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And I think, on that kind of dovetails a little bit into the loss of federal funding section. And I think that the message associated with the loss of federal funding is that, first of all, it's essentially not a loss because we're over contributing to the cause anyway. But the message associated with federal funding is, look, it's not leaving that's going to stick it up our butt. It's staying. We stay, we're screwed. Independence equals freedom plus prosperity. Independence equals freedom plus prosperity. And that, my friend, is the California way. That's the core of the California way. Independence equals freedom plus prosperity. Because we can control our borders. Because we can stop 30 other states from sending homeless to us. Because we don't have to spend nearly as much on military and can put it into universal health care. So that's what this is all about. It's people are going to say, oh, if you leave, you're going to be screwed. No, if we stay, we're going to be screwed. Because we've been screwed for the last 40 years. It's not if we stay, we're going to be. It's not if we leave, we're going to be screwed. It's if we stay, we're going to be screwed. The way we get that freedom and prosperity and go back to the California way, that's what independence is all about.
Okay. Be cool, Mark. Be cool.
I'm getting so passionate about this.
Be cool. No, bro, I'm freaking out going, oh my God, this is so many. I've waited years for this. You're giving so many messaging angles. It's so nice to talk to somebody who has a background in government and a background in politics and who also has been around to see what America works and sees that it's not now. So I don't have to argue with that. And I can just get to a detailed policy discussion on, do I have the right answers or not? I just want to know. And you're like, well, this one's off, but that one's right. But this one's okay, great. Let's just get to it so that we know what the hell we're talking about.
And guess what? The plenty of messages. It's always, if you're trying to do a 4-issue campaign and you only have 2 issues, you're in a bad situation. But if you're doing a 4-issue and you've got 400 issues to pick from, much better off. And that's where we are. That's why I say you again, not just with donors, not just with voters, but you watch the number of political elites that all of a sudden they didn't want to be the first one on the train.
Right.
Sure as hell don't want to be the last one either.
Yeah.
Because they want to get in early enough to be owed something. I hate to put it that way, but that's the way it is. They want to, because if we're already polling at 58, 59%, you don't need that guy coming in at the end saying, I can bring you 20 votes. So, and it's they want to get in early enough to where they're still invited to the after party.
Yeah. Finishing up unhoused, besides people being sent here more than we can control. The fact is that, and this is something that grabbed me and I was interesting. So homelessness didn't just pop up in the last couple of years. It's existed for over a century.
1980, worst part, when
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan closed the federal psychiatric institutions and just put everybody out on the street, that's when it started.
So in 2014, there were stories pointing out how there's something called the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. It is the largest and only major federal legislative response to homelessness. It's been around since the 70s. Right? Homelessness hasn't just popped up. They've had a federal fund to deal with this going back to the Carter administration and Reagan, like you were saying. Here's where it gets interesting. In 2014, the report noted that California had 21% of the homeless students and received only 11% of McKinney-Vento funds. Another one shows out.
Translation, we stay, we're screwed.
Yeah. So 1/3 is in California. Yeah. So there was many people pointing out that when we had this massive homeless crisis in 2014 and on, we got a fraction of the amount. So we'd have, California is half the homelessness. Okay, great. How come we only get 11% of the homeless funding then for the country? If we have half the problem, shouldn't we get half? So what we saw was a lot of people loving to criticize how we're full of homelessness. And I go, great, give us the commensurate federal financial assistance. Never happened. And it didn't happen for students, for veterans, and for general unhoused. So what's the point of paying into the system if when we qualify for the benefits, we don't even get them?
And every time we address an issue like that, we need to close that discussion with one of the 3 or 4 taglines that are going to become part and parcel of the movement. So you can be talking about the homeless situation, blah, 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 blah. This happened in the 70s, this happened in the 80s, this happened in 2014. And by the way, if we stay, we're screwed. So it's just coming full circle with every one of the core messages. Doesn't matter what it doesn't matter what the first part of the message is. It's going to end up bringing it back to one of the core buzz anyway. So
again, that's the McKinney-Vento homeless assistance funding. People were dumped on us. We couldn't do anything to control it, and we didn't get the amount of federal housing assistance that we needed anyways. And nobody cares that in California didn't just make people homelessness. A lot of people were shipped here. No one in the American news covered that. They made it seem like we just make people homeless, not that they're dumping all our problems on us. I was like, we don't even get sympathy. Okay, next issue you wanted to cover?
Gun violence.
Gun violence.
That is
all right.
That is definitely a BAM issue. It's the best available message issue, and it is that way because California has so many times attempted to deal with it, only to be cut off at the knees by the federal government. It's another issue that as the sovereign nation of California is resolvable, whereas it is not resolvable at all as long as the NRA controls the Congress. We've got a better chance of defeating the NRA in Sacramento than we do in defeating them in Washington by a long way.
That's brilliant. So part of what we're talking about is that California can't protect itself from guns. So my family has guns, other people have guns, but we have gun regulations that we like because we think it makes it safe. Like you don't need a belt-fed AK-47 to go hunting or for home protection. Maybe a clip with only 5 rounds or something like that. I'm just generalizing.
Sure.
And so, because I'm going to have some gun advocate friends who are going to, you got this wrong. Oh, okay, in general, okay? We generally like our gun regulations. It is silly to say Californians don't have guns. We have a ton of guns, especially if you live in LA. But what's interesting is that we come up with gun laws to make things safer so that we don't have mass killings. We have a lot of mass shootings here. The Gilroy shooter famously came to California to kill us, said so. Gunned down a lot of people at a festival. So we have a lot of crazies here getting the guns, shooting people out. It's a problem for us. So we have these laws to protect ourselves. They're routinely struck down by the Ninth Circuit Court, by the federal government. So the federal government routinely says, oh, did you want this gun safety regulation to make sure your children don't get killed in a mass shooting? No. And this has gone on for 20 years. This is before Trump. This was a problem.
This is why I say your core issues should all be ones where there is no opposing argument that can be effective.
Got it.
And in this particular case, the gun situation, the gun deaths, I'm not saying shit about hunting. What I'm saying is,
yeah, of course,
is only about the mass killings and the weapons utilized in mass killings, and going at it from that way. Even your best, most ardent NRA gun supporter friend is not going to say, "Yeah, I think we should shoot up some more junior high schools." So our message involves only the issue of gun deaths, not the issue of guns. It's gun deaths. And because for that issue of gun deaths, there is no effective counter argument. If you've got three or four core issues where there's no effective counter argument, what are they going to say? If there's one fighter in the ring, it's
he'll be back.
And sports, gunsmanship and what have you. But that's not addressing our issue. So when they bring that up, our response is, we're not talking about that. We don't even have to say what we would do about it. We simply say, we're not talking about that. Are you an advocate for shooting up junior high schools? Yes or no? Let them talk about the issue as they want to frame it, but that's their issue, not ours. We keep hammering home the same core issue, bam, 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 right one after the other. An advertisement, a political ad with a school shooting in Connecticut, a political ad with a school shooting in Florida, a political ad closing it with a school shooting in California. How many more of these must we tolerate? Let them frame the issue any way they want. And our response is, we're not talking about that. You're not addressing our issue. So that way we maintain control of the narrative.
And like you said, keep it to 3-4 issues. Pick issues that are you for kicking puppies? No, God, no. Okay, well then you must be for this. Right, yeah.
Those are two of my favorite political campaign ads of all time, though. They were both the same ad. One was for a Republican in Arizona, one for a Democrat in Georgia, saying kicking puppies issue. So
I people get horrible. I use that because it's a good example everybody gets of something that's just so horrible. Like,
sure,
of course you wouldn't. No, kicking puppies is bad. Hurting animals is bad. That's why we use it as an example that you put someone in a position where they have to say that.
Let me say this, Mark. On some of the other areas, like for example, your section on actually protecting your civil rights, there's a lot of examples in there, and I think that almost every one of them would be an incredible micro-targeting message to a specific segment, and I think we could get a lot of mileage out of micro-targeting in that section. I don't know that I would think that, other than the LGBTQ situation, I don't know that it would be a mass marketed message, which I think that you could mass market probably in California, the LGBTQ message. But yeah. on the rest of those items, they're all good. And if each one was responsible for 100 votes, then they've done that. Then those issues have all done their jobs.
We'll just add that here. So there was briefly a section in the book on civil rights being taken away, basically that the Trump administration has, continued to chip away at rights people had, abortion for women, etc. So that's roughly what that's about. The other part with gun violence I wanted to get to was the fact that California's protested most of the American wars, like Vietnam and Iraq.
Did I lose you or did you lose me?
I'm here. Can
The
you hear
weather
me?
is horrible here, so still.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So. Can you hear me?
Let's see.
All right, I'll just ask questions through the. Oh. That's all right. I'll just go ahead and ask you questions through the prompt. Okay. He'll be back in a second. We were covering gun violence. This is part of our deep dive on the policy issues. We were covering gun violence, and what I wanted to talk about was the fact that most American wars, let's see here, USA wars were not supported by CA. Okay, and there we go. So most of the wars were not supported by California. If you look at the Vietnam War, California protested the Vietnam War heavily. But the highest number of deaths tied with New York came from California. You can fast forward to the Iraq War, and the highest number of protests against the Iraq War were in California. But the highest number of deaths were Californians. So the wars that we oppose, we die the most in. That's another form of gun violence, if you want to look at it that way. We'll just give him a second. Ames will be right back. Give it 1 second. I'm going to get another glass of water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Give it a second for Ames to return. I'm sure he will. This is part of our deep dive where we're covering all the important issues. Speak of the saint. There you are.
There we go. Yeah, it's got to be weather here. We're having just horrendous weather.
All good. So I was just pointing out that when we're talking about gun violence, the last thing I wanted to point out was if you look at the Vietnam War, the largest number of protests against the Vietnam War in California, but the highest number of dead kids coming back from that war, California was tied with New York. That was in the 70s. Now we can fast forward to 2005, 2010. California had the most protests against the Iraq War. California had the most dead children coming back in body bags. So over a 30, 40-year period, every major war, we oppose the most, and we have the most of our young men and girls coming back in plastic.
Yeah, that's definitely a micro-targeting to veterans and what have you. Let me go back here again. Situation. And I think that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a micro-targeting issue to 18 to 25, and there may be other demos that we could use that issue in. I wouldn't make that one of the core issues, but it is definitely an issue that's could be successfully micro-targeted.
I think for like moms was what I was thinking.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Moms going, oh yeah, that's a good point, because America seems to love getting into wars recently. I mean, they seem to really love it. So if you're a mom or you're a parent, you're like, wow, this country seems to like love wars more over the last 10, 20 years. What are the chances of my kid getting caught up in one of those? And then they never come back. Okay. What other issues did you want to cover? JJ Ames is having heavy rains in Oklahoma where he's from, so that's causing part of the disruption. So just bear with us for a minute. Let me see what else we haven't touched on. I think military and loss of federal funds is where we're down to. There you are. Oh,
Crazy weather.
are you safe?
I am safe. I've heard some alarms, but I'm pretty protected. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Okay.
I wanted to move on just a little bit further up to the section where you have stop violating California values.
Okay. Yeah.
And here, and this is the foundation truly of the basic overall message, where you say California has been culturally different from America since before there even was an America. Bam. That's why they ain't like us. They tried to be us. We were here before them. And guess what? We'll be here after them. All right. That's the foundation for they are not like us.
This is the foundation. So you really like that section.
I love this section because it supports the message that there is a California way, and you know what it is because you've lived here all your life, and you now recognize how different we are from the rest. It feeds right into the California way argument, and it feeds right into the ain't like us argument, and those two taken together, man, that's a $50 gold piece in 1929.
Awesome. When the currency counted. So for everybody there, we won't go into details, but roughly what we're talking about is California started as an international trade port full of minorities and diversity and focus on international trade with people coming from around the world about 70 to 80 years before the Pilgrims ever landed in America. So if American culture is important, California's proto-culture goes back before the first proto-USA people ever started being here. We were always for immigration, always for international trade, and always as an international port. Whereas in America, it was a different history. You know, we are for white Christians. You know, if you're not that, we don't. And originally, it was just English people. So, and if you're different, we are going to kill you or subjugate you. So, and international trade, I don't know. We can kind of depend upon ourselves, like a very different history. And this goes back to 1542. You literally go back to medieval ages to find the start of the cultural differences between California and America. So when I see people and they go, they're wondering about international trade and they want to have trade wars with people and they're questioning all these Mexicans and they're not sure about immigration. They go, those issues have been dead for 500 years in California. And yet they're still debated in America.
Yeah, that's and that leads into this notion that the American dream has become a nightmare. The only place your dream is still alive is in California. If you're a dreamer, come to California. Now that's got a double meaning, doesn't it? Because they're trying to deport all the dreamers.
You're brilliant. This is awesome.
I'm you know what? I'm just so happy to see this finally come together. In 2016, when your movement was really kind of picking up some steam, I remember having a conversation in Washington, D.C. with a guy named Dan McGroarty. You might not know Dan McGroarty, but you know his words. Dan McGroarty was the head speechwriter in the White House under H.W. Bush.
Okay.
He wrote Bush's Berlin Wall speech.
Oh.
And he was my speechwriting mentor for a long time. And I remember sitting in a room chatting with Dan in 2016, looking him square in the face after he told me no one will ever break away from America. Why would they? And I remember looking at him and saying, basically, the American dream has become a nightmare. If you're a dreamer, you want to be in California. You need to be in California. If you've got vision, if you can see things that nobody else can, you need to be in California. And I said that in 2016.
You also argued with the CIA station chief in Afghanistan about the probability of civil war happening in America. He said, "You're wrong. You could never mobilize troops in this day." You pointed out the Unite the Right rally. And then years later, the CIA station chief called you and apologized and said, in fact, your analysis, not his, was the correct one about the future of America.
That's correct.
And you also promoted, I think, Calexit way back in like 2015 or 2016. You wrote an essay on Substack.
I did, yes. Absolutely, 2016, yeah. And
this is why we do this. This is why we do this, because when I meet people for Calexit and they support it, 70% of the time they go, "I always thought about this. I had no idea you existed. I didn't know there was other people." Like, it's very, a third of the time they're like, "Okay, yeah, you got me. We could do this. Yeah, right on." 2/3 of the time it's, "Yeah, I kind of always thought that, but I didn't say anything because I thought I don't see anyone else talking about it, so it must be crazy talk, right?" I met thousands of people like that, thousands of Californians who don't know there's thousands of them out there. That's why we think if people just knew this movement existed, we'd be over in 24 hours.
And that's a messaging issue, and it's also a money issue. The two things that in any political campaign that you never have enough of: money and time, money and time, money and time. And if we can put the money and time together, we've got the message, because we've got core messages where there is no effective, realistic, legitimate counter argument.
That's how that's it. That is it. I love that argument. Find 3 or 4 core issues, frame them so that it's like, if you oppose this, you're a horrible person. It's
Exactly.
automatically a yes one. And then like, duh. And then basically, if anybody wants to go deep dive, I'm not talking about that. That's you. And that's going to get us 90% of the public and win. And that's frankly how it's done. I remember arguing with liberals when George W. Bush was around, and they go, "He's dumb. He keeps saying the same 2 messages." I go, "That's how he's going to win. I don't know if he's dumb or smart, but that's called winning." And it worked. Because when voters went to the polls, they're like, "What's Bush stand for? This and that." Everybody knew it. Donald Trump. What's Trump stand for? Make America great. I remember they laughed at that hat when Trump came on. So stupid, not sophisticated message. You're going to go, he's going to have everybody on the same page.
I will tell you how much Trump changed the landscape of the American political process with that hat. In 1992, I was with Governor Brown when he was delivering a speech to the Pennsylvania AFL-CIO, about 14,000 people in the audience. They wanted him to wear a Pennsylvania AFL-CIO hat, baseball cap. And he carried it to the podium and held it up so everybody could see it. And he said these words. He said, "They want me to wear this hat." He said, "But ever since Dukakis took a ride in that tank, we don't wear hats anymore." Politicians did not wear hats since Dukakis in '88. Now, if you don't have a hat, you look like you're underdressed. That's how much the political process has changed in just those 23 years.
One second.
And that's the problem with a lot of campaign consultants and campaign strategists today. They're still trying to run campaigns like it was 1992.
I've said that routinely, that the reason that we have started making inroads with California politicians, because the group, like, it came out, we were poking at them, and they're like, okay. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom, they're calling us. And everybody's like, "What's going on?" I go, if nobody ever described a tiger to you before, you didn't even know predators existed or what a predator was. And one guy out of 100 says, "There's a thing called a predator and it can kill you, and it's called a tiger." Well, 99 people aren't talking about that. Well, I'm telling you it's real. And then the next week it shows up. You are the expert in the room. Everybody else was wrong. You were the only person to talk to. And these people are fighting World War II with World War I tactics.
Exactly. This highlights again this key point where if I had, a dollar for every time someone came back to me after an event had taken place, regardless of what the event was, and said, "How did you see that coming?" I could fund this campaign on my own. Number one, but number two, what that exemplifies is exactly what I said before. Some people see the forest, some people see the trees. Visionaries see what lies beyond, and that's what we are. That's who we are in this case. And because we see that, we will be able to be successful when other events occur in the future, because those other people are looking at the forest and the trees and not what lies beyond. We have a natural advantage over those people because they will do things like they've done them in the past. Humans have a natural aversion to change. At least the ones who are losing in life have a natural aversion to change. If we see what lies beyond and we act on it, we are so far ahead of the rest of the game. It's not even funny.
Brilliant. Okay, we'll go to this next issue, and then I'll ask you about another one that you want to cover.
Sure.
CA acting like a nation, infrastructure. So, hold on, let me do this. So a lot of people have said, "Oh, California, you're going to become a nation. Wow, you're going to have to do so much stuff to pull it off." And I go, well, let's go over this. California Constitution is bigger than the U.S. Constitution. People said, "You'll need a new constitution." I go, why? Ours protects more rights than the U.S. Constitution. And if it's not good enough, then America shouldn't be a country, right? So secondly, well, you'll need all these new federal agencies. And I go, really? California loves regulation. We have a California body for everything the federal government does. I've worked for Caltrans for 25 years. I've seen it all. My favorite one is OSHA. There's a federal OSHA, Office of Worker and Safety Healthy, and then there's a Cal OSHA because we didn't think the feds were hardcore enough on safety regs. Right. So we made our own safety regs, which is legal under the federal system. You can go not less than the federal regulations, but you can go beyond them. We've done this for childcare, teachers, water, environment, etc. So when people go, you have to make a new agency if you're a nation, I go, why? We would just let the federal ones go, and we already have a California agency for everything they do except for the dollar and the military, basically.
And you have agencies in California that are operating more efficiently and more effectively than their sister agencies at the federal level.
That's yes. Also, when Trump was president, it kind of scared the world. And so a lot of people weren't really paying attention to America or following American leadership from 2016 through the Biden administration, especially European allies, and up to the second Trump administration. During this time, California said, well, if Trump's pulling away from climate change, we'll do our own thing. Jerry Brown famously said, we'll get our own damn satellites. So if anyone says we're going to collapse satellite research, he goes, we'll just build our own and get them up there. We basically could just replace what the federal government does as an independent country. He also traveled to Germany for the Paris Climate Accords, I think the ones famously Obama's talked about. And what happened was there'd be one car with a low-level German official that would pull up to the Trump plane for the federal government. And then there'd be 10 cars full of the prime minister and his official aides that would pull up for the plane from California for the California governor. Mm-hmm. And this happened in France and England and Germany. And it happened over multiple years. That Politico magazine released an article called Jerry Brown, President of the Independent Republic of California. Now, they were somewhat joking, but they were saying he travels to foreign countries and they give him in California 500% more respect than they do America. At the Paris Climate Change Accord, there was 2 tables set, one for America and one a separate table just for California. There's 50 states in the union. Not one other state got that, just California. Politico magazine covers politics very well. They're saying, wow, you're traveling around and having separate deals with foreign heads of state independent from the American government, and they seem to like you and respect you more, and you keep doing this. It's like you're a foreign country.
And that's not necessarily going to be one of the four key issues, but it's probably the most important response to a non-core issue. And that again, is, as we talked about earlier, we don't have to go in and establish credibility as a new nation. We already have it.
So this is an important response to maybe not a key issue, but it's an important response. Finally, Governor Schwarzenegger started this off, but Governor Schwarzenegger, Governor Brown, Governor Newsom all refer to California as a nation state. Nobody says anything.
Right.
They travel to foreign countries and sign trade deals and treaties on climate change. Now, they call them memorandums of understanding because technically they can't sign treaties, but if you look at one of those MOUs in a treaty, it looks damn near the same. So our presidents are meeting with China, Russia, the EU, England, Philippines, Japan, and signing a trade deal and a treaty with that government as though they were an independent country. And we've done this for the last 3 governors.
Yes, when the governor of California goes to France, it's considered a state visit. The same way it would be considered if it was the president.
So when you add all that up and they go, our Constitution's bigger, it has more rights. We have an agency for everything the federal government does. Our governors, for the last 3 of them, not new, travel around and are treated as foreign heads of state. What exactly, how much work do we have to do to become this independent country if we got all that set up?
It's almost as easy as turning in your Visa and grabbing a MasterCard. It's that simple. We're just a different card.
And yes, and look, I get it. You know, if it was Indiana, they don't have all the regulatory agencies that we do. And I saw a debate with, I think, Brad Sherman and Trump, where it was ironic. Sherman was going, oh, we need the feds gov. And then Trump was going, FEMA sucks. They're not going to do anything for you. And Brad Sherman, and look, I don't like Trump. Brad Sherman had to back down and go, well, okay, but what about Connecticut? He's a representative from California, and he had to back down and go, well, I guess we don't need FEMA for California. You're right. We could totally do it on our own. But poor little Connecticut, I'm like, you just gave him the talking point. We don't need FEMA. We don't need the federal government. You literally, Brad Sherman versus Trump 2 months ago, said it straight up. We could do it on our own. After Trump pushed him into the corner.
That's why no matter what the question or comment is, we have to turn it always back around to one of the 3-4 issues that we need to address. Whatever they're saying, whatever they bring up, if you respond to it, you give it credibility. If you respond to it, you validate it. So the only appropriate response is, that's your deal. This is our deal. And you go right back to your talking points.
My favorite one was, it was horrible, but George W. Bush put out a rumor that John McCain was gay. And then McCain had to spend time talking about it, which only made it worse. Like,
exactly.
Classic mistake. I'm not gay. Okay. Well, see, you're doing what he wants you to do. So
it's the have you stopped beating your wife question.
Yes.
You answer it, you lost.
Of course I have. Oh, I never win. Yeah. And then they make the more outlandish the question. Sounds horrible. It's a trap to draw you in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what other issues?
Let's see.
All I have left on my list is military. So tell me what we're missing.
Let's see. We got.
I can tell you everything we've covered. I slept pretty well.
We did border stations, taxes, and the economy.
Yep.
We got. Let's see. Military's left. That's it. I think.
We covered a lot of the policy, gun violence, civil rights, loss of laws, water, infrastructure. Here's the big one.
Yeah, military, I think, is again, it's another one where I might have 5 or 6 issues that I like, but I prioritize 3 or 4 of them. Military, it could be in that group, but again, you're going to have some number of people who support independence who don't want to hear a word about military because once they hear military, they're thinking, well, if we have a military, we'll probably have to have a war. Who are we going to bomb? And you don't even get into that part of the conversation where you're giving them an opportunity to raise issues that are outside of our core. But I think a key issue is you're probably going to get from a number of people. We're going to get the question, well, how are you going to defend yourself? You don't have an army, you don't have a navy, you don't have an air force, and that's where we have to talk to do more of a responsorial deal, but a responsorial that allows us to establish the narrative and not get into this who are we going to bomb next sort of thing.
Yeah.
All I think that we would need to do is to establish that we have a functioning military that would be prepared in the event of whatever contingency. That's who are you going to bomb next? Well, we're not. We're just trying to establish a defense department internally that can deal with whatever issue comes up. Hopefully, nobody will be bombing us. We don't plan on bombing anybody, but that's not the point. The point is your claim that we don't have a functioning military is erroneous.
Right.
And here's why.
Right.
And then all of the items that are contained in the booklet. I think there's now, because of the situation where Trump attempted to federalize the Guard without Newsom's consent and what have you, we can put out a targeted message about that and have it still be effective if it's going to veterans organizations and the ROTC on campus people and wherever. I'll tell you why I mentioned ROTC people. I teach American federal government, and I teach it to large swaths of students that are 18 and 19 years old. Some of them have gone into the ROTC program, one of the ROTC programs here. And I actually had a student come up to me at the end of the spring semester, it was in the Naval ROTC, and say that they are spending 100, she wasn't supposed to tell me this, they are spending 100% of their time right now preparing for a war with China. 100%.
Smart to me.
100% of their time preparing for a war with China. Now, with that prospect looming out there, maybe it's in the best interests of California to be, again, independent, which equals freedom and prosperity, not endless wars. So there's a message to be delivered there. The question is, I don't think a military message necessarily will be as significant to the movement as the other core messages that we talked about. But it's probably critical to at least let the electorate know and understand that, there is a defense plan. There are people in place who do the same things that they do at, whatever air base there is. And again, if you wanted to get deeper in the weeds, and I never want to get deeper in the weeds, but for purposes of our discussion, if we're talking about the prospective negotiated exit, which involves a transfer of properties, for example, the public lands, in California, or the equipment that's owned by the federal government that sits on National Guard bases right now, we will end up having the same planes that the U.S. Air Force has, the same tanks that the U.S. Army has, the same hovercrafts that the Marines have, because we'll get them as part of a negotiated exit.
Yeah.
So there are things there are elements of a military message that are probably pretty critical, but are not necessarily the core message. Yes, everybody wants to be safe, and on Maslow's hierarchy, safety's at the top. But the point being, there are pocketbook issues, there are civil rights issues, there are again the core issues that we talked about, which I think have a better opportunity to get somebody to put down the gaming console and get up off the couch and vote.
Oh yeah. So we're doing the 10% micro issue, targeted issue. But for
Right.
those people who would hold up on that, again, like we pointed out, under international precedent, a lot of times when a country leaves, they take on a share of the debt. So Ukraine did this with Russia. Other countries do this. Not always. However, if you take on a share of the debt, which it looks like America may want, you always get military equipment and bases commensurate to the amount of debt that you took on. So you take 5% of the debt, you get 5% of the equipment on the way out. It's basically seen as that's fair. Or don't pay any debt and leave on your own, in which case, great, we start with a blank slate. Whether or not that's true, what we were looking at mostly is there's something called the California State Guard. It is not the National Guard. It is not the California National Guard. Most people don't know it exists. It's largely confused. It is a military that cannot be federalized. It's under the exclusive control of the governor of California. About 4 states in the union have this. Basically, they got it grandfathered in from the 1800s. So it predates World War II and a lot of the defense establishment. That's how they got it in. So it's a guard that can't be nationalized. For example, W. Bush federalized the National Guard and sent them to Iraq, and we had our forest fires burned down. Then Trump nationalized the federal guard and turned them against our own domestic protests. So that's 2 presidents over a 20-year period have used our National Guard against our will and what we wanted. Now, if we pulled all of our money out of the National Guard, which we pay, there's not, as I understand it, there's not a legal obligation. The federal government puts money in and then the state puts matching funding money. There's no law that says you have to fund your National Guard to an X amount. Most states do it because they see it as a resource. If you took the state money and just redirected it to the state guard, we have a state guard that can't be federalized that's as big as our National Guard overnight. Additionally, if you look at the amount of money that we spend on the U.S. military budget, which is 20 times larger than the next 20 countries or whatever, it's about $7,500 billion ish. I'm going to use ish because I don't have the exact numbers. If you put that into the California military, we have a military that's better funded than Russia's military overnight. So people are like, what about an invasion? And I go, how's a country that's less funded military going to invade us? We'd be the 3rd best funded military overnight, just using the amount that we use on the U.S. military. China and America would be the only 2 countries that could invade us. America wouldn't because we're going to sign a peaceful trade negotiation. They want us gone. China
and a defense pact, by the way, and a
defense pact, right? So we'll be in NATO, we'll be in NAFTA. We don't really want to change. We talked about how we don't really want to change a lot of those things. The public isn't really interested in those things. They want the nuts and bolts soup issues. So these higher level issues, corporate negotiations, state to state relationships can be frozen and stay in place. Anyways, we could basically have a huge military overnight. America wouldn't invade us because defense pact and negotiation, and we'd have a Canadian relationship. China has not launched an overseas invasion since the 1400s. And nobody's pulled off a successful overseas invasion except the U.S. in World War II, ever. Secondly, no country that's connected to the economy has been destroyed in the last 25 years. So Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Syria, Ukraine, they were all disconnected from the global economy before they got blown up. That's why they're trying to get Iran disconnected from the global economy. That's why they're trying to get Russia disconnected from the global economy. So the reason is that if I am a billionaire from China and I put billions of dollars into California, and then the Chinese government says, we're going to blow up California, you just cost me billions. I sunk my money. You're going to go blow up what the hell are you doing? And I know they're a communist party, but they pay attention to what their billionaires say too. Run governments, they just seem to know that. So if California is FDI number 1, meaning the most attractive place in the entire planet for investment from all countries on Earth, and no country has been attacked that's not connected, why would we be attacked when we're the most connected to the global economy? And over the last 20 to 30 years, only countries disconnected from the global economy economy have ever been attacked. Hold on, give him a second. It's raining.
And one other point I wanted to make too, Mark, is that
Start over. We missed that. We missed your first minute. Sorry.
I wanted to just throw this out as a potential possible scenario. We talked about Trump being concerned about his legacy, and we talked about him being perhaps excited about the fact that part of his legacy could be, hey, I unloaded California. I can see him, and we talked about discussing negotiated settlements where in return for a portion of the debt, we would get a portion of the perhaps military equipment. I can see Trump standing there right now saying, I made the best deal in the world. It's the best deal since we stole Manhattan from the Indians. I can see him in a situation where he turns this absolute bombshell loss for the United States into a Trump victory by comparing it to acquiring Manhattan from the Indians.
He would do that.
I only say Indians because I'm in Trump voice right now. I would, of course, say Native Americans because
right, yeah.
Many of my students happen to be Native Americans.
He's playing as if Trump would say it. He's not saying what he feels in his heart. He's pretending to be Trump for everybody watching in TV. Okay. All right. So calm down. No need to call afterwards. All right.
But you could easily see him comparing a negotiated settlement with California, and no matter how much it cost the United States, declaring it to be a victory because and relating it to something else that he thinks
that's I've had this debate with a lot of people. They go, the Republicans will never let you go because of the money, and I go, hold on, so them pulling Obamacare for their own people so they can die in the streets without is a smart financial move.
Yeah.
Them invading other countries and running up the debt in war like we did with the Iraq war is a smart financial move. Starting a tariff war with everybody at the same time and causing a recession is a smart financial move. They've done a lot of things that are not smart financial moves over decades. And they were like, yeah, we're all about this. And we're the party of the economy. What? Occasionally you're not. Reagan ruined the economy with massive overspending on the military.
Yeah.
So they don't always do the smartest stuff. The big, beautiful bill cuts funding to people who need SNAP and healthcare. And there are a lot of people in the South who are going to starve and not have medical care who 100% voted for this.
Yeah. I mean, you're already hearing on every news station, regardless of what their particular bend is. But you're already hearing on every news station people say MAGA people being interviewed and saying, I didn't sign on to this, I didn't sign on to that, and that's going to become more and more and more apparent as more of these provisions that were recently adopted in the whatever you want to call
whatever you want to call it.
But they'll find out soon enough how much they're not going to get out of that. So
I was I'm like, oh, Republicans always make good financial decisions. I'm like, really? They've screwed over their base, and their base has voted for it multiple times. And they've done that again and again and again. So they're not always making smart financial decisions. Trump could easily go, look, I reduced the American debt and I made America where it functions. Our Congress doesn't fight. We get bills passed, and I got rid of evil, nasty California. Debt's lower. Congress works more efficiently. How's this not great? I, Trump, your savior, pulled this off for you. You're welcome.
Because only I can do it.
Because only I can do it. Yeah. So, here's another point. A lot of people are like, well, what? You don't have the U.S. military. I'm like, okay, well, let's go over this. So Bush started an illegal war in Iraq. Didn't need to happen. No point at all. That created Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which turned into ISIS. California was the most likely to have a terrorist attack after 9/11. And then George W. Bush invaded a country and created an even larger terrorist organization. That makes us more likely to get hurt, not safer. Secondly, ISIS' largest attack was in California, in San Bernardino. ISIS was created by the Iraq War. So you created a condition that exacerbated terrorism when we're the most delicate spot, not Texas and DC. And then you create a condition where we suffered the largest terrorist attack after 9/11 for a war we opposed. Secondly, let's go to Donald Trump, decided to pick a fight with North Korea, Rocket Man. What is the first expletive thing Kim Jong-un does? Releases a commercial showing how they can get a nuclear weapon to California. How is that making us safe when our presidents go and kick hornets' nests, and then the hornets say, I might not be able to get all of America, but I could definitely get you, California? Yeah. How's that? Walk me through how this makes us safe being part of the U.S. empire doing this.
Exactly. I mean, and these are all great position papers to put together, and we may end up pulling a sentence out of here and a sentence out of there as a targeted message, but it's, again, you're spot on from the standpoint that you've got a guy who on Monday wants to win the Nobel Peace Prize and on Tuesday wants to lob cruise missiles at somebody else. So I mean, the inconsistencies are consistent with Trump, but that doesn't. How does that benefit residents of San Diego or San Francisco?
Biden followed the Syria policy that put an Al Qaeda ISIS chief in charge. So just to put that, by the way, you don't get to be a chief of ISIS without killing American citizens and chopping off their heads. Just want to put that out there. So this man has killed U.S. citizens and beheaded him. And then he was appointed head by the Biden administration, followed up by the Trump administration. Just, that's a fact. Now you can think that that's great, but that's a fact. So does the American military make things safer, or does it cause chaos and drama? I mean, if you look at Libya, it's a failed state, completely collapsed. Afghanistan returned to Al Qaeda, and they're more powerful than ever. America exacerbated a war that Russia started, and now Russia's the most militarily strong they've ever been, and closer to having a competitive currency for the US dollar than ever. So is the U.S. military actually making things safe, or are they making it a much more dangerous world? And we're that shiny beacon on the nose going, I'm going to punch your nose first. Oh, is that California? Well, I'm going to do that to get to you. So people go, oh, if you leave the American military, you'll be in danger. Staying with the American military is constantly putting us in danger.
Yeah, and I would refer to that more in terms of military policy instead of
military policy. Military policy.
Yeah. And primarily because I think that we simultaneously want to position this new nation as a haven for financial investment, et cetera, et cetera. And in order to be that, you really have to have a policy which is not running around the world lobbing cruise missiles at everybody every 24 minutes. You know?
Yeah, so we could have a state guard equivalent to the National Guard now before we secede. We could have a military that's the third largest in the world. The U.S. military policy has, over the last 25 years, routinely placed California in a position of peril. No country connected to the economy has ever been attacked in the last 20 to 30 years. California is the most attractive place for investment across the planet. I also want to point out, NATO allies aren't sure about America anymore. After Trump came in, and then after Biden seemed to be talking to people that weren't there on stage, and then Trump came back, Japan and there's an article in Foreign Policy where Japan and Canada are like shopping for allies.
Absolutely.
So this idea of people going, NATO ain't what you think it is. Okay. It used to be a great thing in the 80s. Allies are terrified by Trump, not reassured with Biden, and then re-terrified that America picked Trump again. And Germany, France, maybe not England, but Japan, South Korea, Canada, Australia, they're shopping for new buddies. Not a good sign. By the way, Turkey, Philippines, Thailand all fell out of the U.S. orbit during Obama, the competent president. So how good is NATO if the people in NATO don't think it's working anymore?
Yeah, and the way we can message that in a positive sense is simply that were California in NATO, there would be no question about their allegiance, whereas that question remains in the case of Washington. And that's just taking a negative and turning it into a positive sounding statement. So we want to keep every statement. We don't want ever to have to defend against someone whose only comment is, "You're so negative. Everything you say is negative. Why don't you, tell me about all the good things you're going to do, not about the bad things the other guys are doing." So we can turn that back around by simply saying, if we were a sovereign nation in NATO, they would have confidence in us to the same extent that we would have confidence in them, as opposed to nobody knowing who would end up where in the event of a conflict. So we couch it positively, and we win that argument.
California's in NATO. No one questioned our allegiance. True. But pretty much all of Europe questions America's allegiance. South Korea and Japan are scared now. They're not sure. Also, the U.S. has backed away from forcing Japan and South Korea to work together under the Trump administration, which makes them both weaker against China, and they see that. By the way, only positive comments ever. Let them be the one to do the negative, right? We're talking about positive. We have a vision. We're going places. This isn't about hate. This is about love and moving forward and moving up and not leaving.
And, and that will work because we know today that their first reaction will be to go negative. And they'll go more negative and more negative and more negative. And then we'll be in a position to say, why are they so negative? If this is such a bad deal, why are they so negative? It's always turning that argument back on them, turning it back on them, turning it back on them.
Nice. I'll also point out, which state has the most veterans? By far, California. Which state has the most combat trained troops? California. Which state has the most active duty troops? California. Which state has the most high-tech research agencies that provide all the jets and missiles and cyber command and all that tech that allows America to have the military edge? Most of it's in California. In fact, there was a thing called the Base Realignment and Closure Procedure after the end of the Cold War under President Clinton. Ronald Reagan had famously built up the military establishment in California. Then the Cold War ended during basically his successor, H.W. Bush, and then Clinton came in and saw the peace dividend. What they did was they closed down half those bases. Now, everybody was saying, oh, that'll be the end of the American military. No, it wasn't. That's what I've seen people going, oh, if you pull all these bases out, it's going to be the end. And I go, how come it wasn't the end in the 1990s and they did it worse? We had the Cold War was a huge amount of military expenditure since 1945. And then they dropped it massively in the 1990s. And guess what? Nothing happened. Everything was fine. Everybody's okay. My favorite thing is when you look at the studies by the Pentagon on BRAC, they were shocked because they were telling all these Californians, you're going to have to move to these other bases in Texas and other parts to keep your jobs. And they go, nah, I'll stay here. And the Pentagon goes, that's not cool because we need those people to keep our missile planes, jet fighters, tanks, all that tech edge stuff so that you don't have a military that's equivalent of Afghanistan's rotting military. Most of it's designed by Californians and they don't care. So the Pentagon had to change direction and go, okay, the bases are going to leave, but we're not going to pull out the federal research contracts because we need you, California, not you need us. Report by the Pentagon where they directly admitted it. So I'm going, if we have all the vets and the combat trained people and all the engineers, maybe it's a bad idea for America to not be militarily friendly with us or they'll lose their competitive edge.
That's what I was going to say. In that context, rest assured that more money will still be flowing from Washington to California than flowing from California to Washington, because Washington will want California to be, if nothing else, the biggest buffer possible between them and anything that might be coming in from the West.
Sure. And again, China has a gigantic 1 million-man army. So does North Korea. Whenever you hear military discussions, They don't talk about how we have 200,000 soldiers and China has 1 million and we could lose. They talk about we have aircraft carriers and jets and missiles and satellites, and we can reach out and get to you. That's all tech. That is not humans. That's all tech. That all requires sophisticated engineers to make sure that you have better tech than Russia, China, and now Iran, who crushed the Iron Dome system of Israel, which was the best air defense technology America had. Iran blew it up like it was nothing, which means we no longer have air defense technology. So the line to always keep your military tech upgraded is important for national security. America depends on us for that, not the other way around. So if negotiations got hard, we go, oh, you don't want to work with us militarily? Fine. We take away all the engineers. And in 5 years, you'll start losing every competition you have against Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. Oh, you want to be friends now? Hey, great. We wanted to be friends the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
I think that if it came down to that discussion, it's absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. I mean, I think that there is what's the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory? I guess we're all, where, I mean, that's in California. That would be either ours by negotiation or some other method. But the bottom line is, I think that if somebody is really interested in sitting down and saying, okay, on this piece of the paper, this side of the paper, I'm going to put all the reasons why we need them. And on this side, I'm going to put all the reasons why they need us. One would be a notepad and the other would be a legal pad. So,
thank you. Thank you. Finally, I'll put down something. My biological father was in the Army. He was in NATO. And during that time, my stepdad was in the Air Force during the Cold War. My other uncle was a Marine in the Vietnam. Another uncle was in the Coast Guard, and another cousin was in the Navy. So, and my grandfather fought in the Pacific in World War II. He wasn't a frontline combat soldier, but he did see friends of his die in front of him. And I want to respect all those sacrifices. I don't think America needed to fight any wars it has since after World War II. I think that was the last real one that needed to be done. Nazi Empire was bad. Japanese imperialism was crazy. I think that needed to be stopped. But I find most of them just to be adventurism afterwards. So I respect the services. By the way, my critique is not of anybody who's enlisted. It is with the elected decision makers who make the decision. As I famously argue with people, when you join the military, they don't go, where do you think we should start a war? They tell you where you're going to go. So during the Iraq war, they're like, oh, these American soldiers are killing these kids. Great. Go blame the elected officials because they put them in that situation. What the hell do you think was going to happen to an 18-year-old scared for his life? And you put him in a population where we have no domestic support. That's Bush's fault. That's Rumsfeld's fault. I don't blame that 18-year-old. I blame the people who put them there. I want to be very clear. When you join the military, and I criticize American military policy, I'm not criticizing anybody who joined. I think you joined for the right reason. I think you are abused and used by people who trick you and use you on things we don't need to do, like the Iraq war. And I think it's to your detriment. We have a lot of veterans here. I grew up seeing Vietnam veterans. And I would ask my dad, why is that guy all weird? You could always tell who the Vietnam vets were. They were just spaced out and kind of strange. And I remember being a teenage boy and going, oh, you mean crazy like a Vietnam vet? That was our term. Like, those were the craziest dudes out there. These people came back broken for life. And then the Iraq war happened. I grew up with that as a kid. And the crazy thing was you start seeing the Iraq vets come back. And my dad, who'd been in the military in Vietnam, he goes, here's the new batch of non-vets. Same thing. These guys did not all return. Well, gone. Wiped out the life.
You know who the next generation will be to fall into that category? The kids who watch their parents get ripped away from them at ice raids. You can't fix that.
So it's all bad.
It's all bad. Yeah,
it's all bad. It's all, I'm human too. I'll just leave it as one of the things my father would say, my biological father, not my stepdad, who I'd actually call more my dad. He was better to my mom. Anyways, he had a more positive instinct. That's neither here nor there.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things they always told was that Mexico and Canada don't have to spend that much on their military because America's never going to let some country come and set up a beachhead in Canada or Mexico. The moment they did that, the American military just said, okay, China, set up a beachhead in Mexico so it's really easy for you to invade us. Everybody knows since World War II, once you set up a beachhead, you can do an invasion. So there's been something called the nuclear umbrella, which said, we're never going to let anyone launch a beachhead in the North American continent for the protection of America. They started laying that out in 55. Canada goes, great, we can reduce our military expenditure. We don't really need to defend ourselves. Mexico did the same thing. If California is still right next to America, how come California wouldn't get the same protections Canada and Mexico have been given over the last 75 years?
And we would. I mean, except, like I said, the other side, they will have one tool and one tool only in their box, and that is fear. The more fear they can create, the harder the campaign will be. But if we have ready-made responses to all of their bullshit, and we have enough dollars available to get that message out, I don't know how they win. I don't know how we lose in that situation.
They attack with fear. We respond with 3 to 4 ready-made messages and then say, for everything else, we aren't even talking about that. You're the one that's going negative.
That is the pathway.
You're saying kicking puppies is okay, you monster.
You don't even have to finish the sentence. You could stop at, you think kicking puppies is okay, and then let the public finish the sentence for you.
Mic drop. Yeah. You think kicking puppies is okay. Now you can be McCain going, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. So, seriously, guys, I'm not gay. Okay.
Yep.
You just proved this point. Classic politics.
Turn the narrative back around on them all the time. With every statement that we put out.
Okay, so this was a deep dive policy review. Am I missing anything? I think we've covered almost everything.
Just about everything. And at the back end, again, there's that sort of laundry list of issues that necessarily one specific category they fall into. But I think every one of them is ripe for either responses or targeted messages. And the beauty of this is you go into a campaign ordinarily and you're asking the person who wants you to run the campaign for them. My first question is always, convince me, because if you can't convince me, you can't expect me to go out and convince anybody else.
Right.
And when I look at this collection of issues and positions, I was convinced on page 2, and the public will be too. The electorate will be as well.
We'll leave it there. I'll have you back. This was awesome. I really appreciate you being honest. I really appreciate you being critical. I really appreciate you being transparent and being like, we just got to get the best answers. That's what we want. Absolutely. I'm pleased that most of it held up, but if any of it didn't, I'd rather get it corrected now. Like I tell people, please tell me if I'm not wearing pants before I walk out the front door and embarrass myself. I'd rather have that conversation in the house than, Mark, everybody's staring at you on the street because you're not wearing pants. oh, damn, I'm not. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, there's so much meat and potatoes here. Again, the only impediment to any campaign which has as great a foundation as this one does, the only impediment is time and money, time and money, time and money. If we can get the time and money, this campaign is going to sell itself.
Got it. So we'll leave it there. I'll send you a copy. I'll talk to you about Monday is our typical meeting. Love to have you there.
Fantastic.
And I really appreciate this. I really appreciate the confirmation. I really appreciate the nuanced pushbacks. And I've been looking forward to this for years, and we finally actually got somebody who's qualified to look through and go, yeah, no, yeah, nah, I don't know, maybe this, yeah, work on that some more, yeah.
I could put a team together in 20 minutes that would drive this damn thing home, and that's what has to happen.
Maybe that's what we need to do. I'll send you a copy of this soon. I'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.